Happy Halloween. I'll bet he does, Paul. I'll bet he does. Morning, everybody. Oh.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this Football Friday.
Football Friday.
And happy Halloween. How the heck are you, Miller and Moulton? MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Big weekend getting started today and tonight. Be careful out there. A lot of trick-or-treaters. Be careful. Drive a little more cautiously if you can. You got candy at the house? You're not going to be there, but have you guys loaded up?
No idea. Don't care. Not my problem.
Whoa, look at that.
I'm out, baby. I'm out.
You didn't notice if some candy was purchased? I mean, I figured you would have rated it quietly or not so quietly.
Nope. I didn't even look. I don't believe there is, because that's something that would be my responsibility to buy. But no, I don't care. I don't care.
I don't care. All righty then, because
Gervais, I don't care.
you and your son
taking your agent, your God, and
right, right. Let's keep it on track. You and I can't get Ricky Gervais sidetracked at a minute and a half into the show. This man, oh man. Next thing you know, we'll go down the Philip Seymour Hoffman Trail, and it's over. But you got a big weekend.
It's kind of like it is for the Dolphins. But
oh man, is it over? I mean, I know it was an Amazon production, but couldn't they have played a little Dandy Don from back in the day? Turn out the lights, the party's over.
Oh man, I'm telling you, my son's been in town. We're going to the cocktail party this weekend. I am fired up. I can't wait. It's going to be a great weekend. We've got great seats. We paid way too much for great parking. We've got a nice place to stay. I'm super excited to be able to do this with my son. But last night, and he's a diehard Wings fan, so he said to me last night, my wife and I had an event that we had to go to. So the boy was in charge of taking his sister to soccer practice. Okay. And we got back before he did. So I've got the Penguins game on for my wife, and I've got the football game on because I'm obligated to watch it. And the wife goes to bed, and it's getting close. And he says, at like 9:00, he's like, I don't even know if I'm going to make the first period of the Wings game because they were out west in L.A. And I said, I don't know if I'm going to make the start of it. It all depends on how this second half goes for Miami. And you're watching the game going, they have no chance. How they beat Atlanta last week is truly amazing to me, because when I watch that team play, they're awful. They're just awful.
That result has to be, at the end of the year, one of the 5 most surprising results of the NFL season, right? Dolphins 34, Falcons 10 in Atlanta.
I think so, only because, but at the same time, it could show us if Penix comes back and Atlanta has any pulse the rest of the way, it may just show us that Kirk Cousins is done.
Okay.
But the other side of it is, Atlanta did that against Carolina 3 weeks prior.
Right.
4 weeks prior.
No, I know. But at least that was on the road. I mean,
I know.
This one made no sense.
None.
Think about the 2 Dolphins performances bookending that Atlanta win. The game at Cleveland and the home performance against the Ravens. It's not that they lost to the Ravens. I mean, they were expected to lose to the Ravens. But in the first half, they just got in their own way throughout the half. And in the second half, Baltimore's like, listen, we can still be a good team. You are not. We will take this. We will put this sucker away. And you can all go to bed early if you want. Get ready for Halloween and a big football weekend. And for that matter, 1 or 2 more baseball games. And a NASCAR championship decided on Sunday as well. I mean, we got a lot going on this weekend. Yeah.
And then, this morning as I'm driving, because I did not stay up at some point in the fourth quarter, I said, why? I literally just said, what am I doing here? What am I watching? And what I am fearful of, and I would love, the text line's open, Pelican Roofing of Florida text line. It's 21,000. The keyword's Miller if you've never texted before. I would really like to hear from Dolphin today. How much did you watch? At what point did you turn off the game? Because this morning as I'm driving in, and as I mentioned, I didn't finish it. I'm listening to McDaniel's post-game talk. And, if we don't dot the I's and cross the T's, we're just going to not be prepared. Shut up already. You haven't prepared this team all year. Either you're not preparing them, they're not listening, or they don't want to do what you're asking of them to do. You turn it over a ton. And with the game, I guess, still in the balance in the second half, you went back to who you were, and Derrick Henry started running anywhere that he wanted on you. I mean, Baltimore didn't even do anything that great last night.
Well, certainly not in the first half. I mean, statistically, the Dolphins had many more yards and first downs, and yet the Ravens led 14-6. Lamar was efficient, only asked to throw the ball 20-something times, 4 TDs, no turnovers. He didn't run much. And Derrick Henry got it going in the second half as they, scored early in the third quarter twice and then ran out the clock.
That's really what it was. It was it was an efficient game by Baltimore on the road. David, it's actually what you want. We've talked football now for damn near 20 years. You've taught me a lot about different sports, but in particular football, and that sometimes you just have to go out and do your job and methodically win on the road. You don't make mistakes. You run the football when you need to you move the chains. You don't drop passes. It's last night was all of the things and all of the reasons why you and I hold the Baltimore Ravens in such high regard as an organization, because that's what they do.
And they've got a schedule stretch here where if they can play clean football, this could be a 6-game winning streak before they, peek their head up and I think play the Steelers. I mean, they're going to be favored in the next 4 games too. So,
and I thought we did a disservice yesterday. I literally left the show and, again, talking to my son when I got home, I go, We didn't even talk about the Dolphins game. We did 4 hours yesterday. Mentioned it in the starting 5 and mentioned it at 9:21.
Right.
This is one of the 3 pro football teams in the state that we cover more than any other place because it's where we live and it's where our audience is. And we didn't get a single text going, you guys didn't talk about the Dolphins.
No. In fact, even when we pointed out nearly 3.5 hours into the show that we haven't received a single text or comment in the Twitch chat room about the Dolphins game, we still didn't get any comments, which shows us how much they have checked out. I'm telling you, Mark, I really think Dolphin was more upset than pleased when they beat Atlanta. I think Dolphin had just figured out, listen, let's completely bottom out. Let's make sure this clueless owner has no other choice but to clean house, and let's get as good a draft pick as possible. Remember, they were in line for the second pick of the draft before they beat Atlanta. I mean, now they're in line for like pick 4 or 5.
You know,
as Paul just said in our Twitch chat room, call me when Ross is gone. That's another thing, is that, you know, it took Brady. It took Tom Brady signing with the Bucs to get an awful lot of Bucs fans to come back because they had bailed on the Glazers.
Completely.
I mean, they loved the Bucs, but they had bailed on the Glazers. And Jameis was up and down and inconsistent, and they were tired of riding that train, okay? And it took Brady signing with the Bucs for like a 5 to 7 year frustrated malaise to be pushed to the side and kind of like, okay, all right, yeah.
Speaking of a malaise, that's where you've been, Gator fan, but you fired your coach. You're now happier than you were a few weeks ago. I don't know a Gator fan, and David, I don't believe you do as well. You deal probably with more Gator fans on a daily basis than I do. You have more in your friend circle, but I have a few. And the Gator fan was much like the Dolphin fan right up until the point when they fired Napier. Now they're like, all right, what's next? But they feel like they can put their Gator polo and hat on again. And now they've got the dogs with the interim coach, and we've seen interim coaches do some great things. We've seen a bunch of them lose, but we saw the guy at UAB, take down Memphis. So, Gator fan, are you cautiously optimistic? Are you going to wait until halftime to get excited if you're in the game? How are you feeling about the cocktail party tomorrow? Because this is the one you guys want. You feel that you're better than Florida State at this point because, well, they're their own mess. But this is the one you want. This is the one that's annoyed you. Because for most of the Gator fans out there, you lived a life where you kicked the dog while it was down. Well, the dog's biting again.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he ain't letting go.
Right. Kirby's making up for a lot of pain when he was in Georgia. Yeah.
He is.
As a player. Yeah, as a coach, he's like, no. You guys get to experience the pain this time. I experienced it way too much last time. Mark, I think this is one of those rivalries in which Gator fan is largely checked out on the season. They're happy Napier got fired, but this game brings it all back.
Yep.
All back.
I think so too. And I know at least from one dog fan, he's nervous. This interim coach has him thinking, oh boy. Gator fan, are you thinking, oh boy, huh? What can we do?
Puncher's chance.
It's a football Friday. Miller and Moulton. Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer, so if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
When Glass Doctor replaces your windshield, we don't just send you on your way, we send you off protected. Your local Glass Doctor includes the industry's only 12-month windshield protection plan at no extra cost. That means unlimited chip repairs and even a one-time replacement if needed. High-quality service backed by real peace of mind, right here in your neighborhood.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh yeah.
Exclusions apply. See your local Glass Doctor for details.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Mac, that's a very good poll question. I'd say Prince Andrew. Charpenter there. I think you have to decide, do you think it's a decent roster that's just poorly coached? Or do you think that it's not a good roster? And I don't think it's a good roster anymore. So to me, I'm willing to trade most of it. And I have to admit, Marie, there, I have not paid close attention. Mark has, but I have not paid close attention to the whole ESPN YouTube dispute. Right, Mac. That's why I think Andrew had the worst week. Woodward will get other work, and Brian Kelly got paid. Exactly, DC.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. The starting five in a little more than 15 minutes. Lee Sterling will join us with his picks at the top of the hour. He's had a terrific October. We'll see if it carries over. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. So a lot of potential poll questions. One of them has already, Mark, been brought up in the Twitch chat room. Who's had a worse week? LSU or Prince Andrew?
That's right up your alley, David.
Oh, there's no doubt. I thought it was a great question.
Right up your alley.
Because he's no longer Prince Andrew. Okay? I mean, that's it. He took it away. He's no longer Prince. He's, we just have to call him by his name. He's Andrew Mountbatten Windsor.
The kids kept their titles, though.
Yes, they like the daughters. Yes, they evicted him from the place. He and Fergie, they've been divorced forever. They've been living together. Okay, they both got to move. The daughters keep their titles. They're princesses. They're popular. They work. They've got families. They've got lives. They're mature. They're responsible. They like them. But the dad, he's a sleazy bum. He had to go.
Yes. What took you so long?
Yeah, well.
I mean, no offense, but this one we kind of knew.
Yeah, well, listen, there's a lot of slow movement on that storyline, and not just there. So,
it's not for this show.
No, it is not. Okay, so not people.
But all I know is with Prince Andrew, the Catholics went, "What's taking you so long?"
Yeah, well, listen.
We pick on our own on this show.
That's
David and I learned that a long time ago. We just go after our own.
Yep. Yep.
I did already put a poll question up because there was one we already had planned, and that is, will you dress up for Halloween this weekend? Whether it's tonight, whether you're going to a party tomorrow. Curious how many of you are still getting dressed up for Halloween.
And I am not, because Halloween, for me, first off, I wore my Halloween costumes on Monday Night Football. I never wore them on, SEC on CBS or now Big Ten on CBS. The costumes were only a Monday Night Football thing. So, plus, I don't think you can wear a costume on air once it's November. I think you can wear it on October 30th. I don't think that you can wear a costume on November 1st. That's just me.
Oh, I see. I would disagree with that. I mean, for this reason, I would think that there are a lot of Halloween parties that may still be tomorrow. Like, the kids get theirs tonight, and, one of mom and dad's friends might be having an adult party tomorrow.
It's possible.
I am not wearing a costume at any point this weekend.
Me neither. And there have been recent years in which I have been in full costume. I have traveled in costume. I have worn costume on television.
We know.
Right.
Oh, we know.
Yeah. Oh, it's come back to haunt me. Mm-hmm.
Sully.
Yep.
It's quite a look.
Just, well, when you're shaped like a manatee and you decide to wear a costume, it's going to be a look.
It's, you know what? It's a dadgum good point.
There's nothing I can do, Mark. There's no way for me. Taller, skinnier people can have a certain kind of look. They can still be dashing and debonair. A manatee dressed as a dinosaur. Well, yeah, you can fill in the blanks.
See, I like where your head was with the Prince Andrew, Brian Kelly thing, but really, isn't it Scott Woodward or Prince Andrew? Because Brian Kelly has 50 some odd million reasons
Right.
to tell you his week wasn't that bad.
Right. And besides, I was sick of these people anyway, so get me them out of here.
But Scott Woodward was called out at least 3 times by the governor of the state of Louisiana.
Yes,
there is no way, David, there is no way that you came from my loins. Sorry.
Oh, wow.
I couldn't help that. But there is no way that Scott Woodward thought, when I take the job as athletic director at Louisiana State, that the governor's going to be coming after me. Now, I'm sure he knew there could be some pitfalls with the job. I'm sure he knew just how tough the boosters could be if the football coach didn't work out. Because, they bought themselves a baseball title. They did. They spent the most money. They got Kim Mulkey there. The women's basketball program's cruising right along. He made big hires. They won. Everybody in those sports is happy. But it all comes down to the football team. And he obviously made the big splash with Brian Kelly. And it didn't work. And when it didn't work, yeah, sure, some big boosters are going to call, scream, and yell. But the governor had a press conference in which he lambasted him. That was the second time he let him have it.
Apparently, do you know where this stems? This dispute between the governor and the AD? It's not a Brian Kelly dispute. It's a Will Wade dispute. The governor wanted LSU to hire Will Wade back, and Woodward wouldn't do it. And I guess the governor was public about it. And Woodward's like, no. And the governor's hated him ever since. And now he flexed his muscle. I don't know what he's doing for the state. Roads, education. I have no idea what he's doing. But, he blew up the LSU athletic department.
And that might be enough in and of itself to get reelected, David.
I was going to say that could be a landslide either way.
I mean, because even though, I will say some of what he said about agents controlling the sport is on point.
Yeah.
It's not going to change, but when you get past the I'm going to let Donald Trump pick it in and all that stuff, no. There's some things that he said that you kind of go, got a point.
Yeah, I know, but this is not a road construction project in which we pay them more money if they do it well and quicker. Okay, that's not how it works. If
No,
you,
I know.
I mean, we all want these guys to get paid as they go. But think about it. Like, look, you want Lane Kiffin, whether it's LSU, Florida, you want Lane Kiffin. Are you really not going to guarantee the whole contract? You really think he's going to leave what he has and come to you and agree to work and pay as it goes?
Not the pay as it goes. I am merely saying that he brought up the fact that, and he didn't have Jimmy Sexton's name, but he basically said the power agents are controlling the sport, and they are. I'm not talking about the incentivized pay. I'm talking about the fact that he called out an agent and said they're running this sport.
Right, but he said we're going to have a different contract this time around.
It's a bunch of horse hockey.
Right, it's like
I said, you got to read through some of the crap that he said.
Right. So I don't know who's going to be able to do it, but it ain't going to be this coaching cycle. Let me tell you. Not with the big three jobs, maybe with the other jobs. Okay, those guys won't have the hand, and you'll be able to negotiate a deal that's more favorable if it doesn't work out. But not for the big three Penn State, LSU, Florida gigs that are available. Those guys who get them have hand. The starting five is next.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer, so if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. FloorMeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real. This year during Thanksgiving week, Fort Myers takes the national stage, hosting not one but two elite women's college basketball tournaments, the Fort Myers Tip-Off and Coconut Hoops, both featuring Power 4 teams and nationally ranked programs. Few places in the country can showcase this level of talent. We're proud that Fort Myers is one of them. Don't miss your chance. For tickets, go to visitfortmyers.com/basketball. Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 13325.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yeah, DC. I would actually lean the other way. Right. But then again, that probably should be a good feeling for you if I was leaning the other way.
All right. All right. I'm going to bring the laptop with me because I can watch my YouTube TV. Don't know. See, don't know if I can roll it off the hotspot on the phone, but just worried about tailgating right now, everybody. Just worried about tailgating. I checked out of the show already.
Great.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. And that's when Lee Sterling joins us on this Football Friday.
Football Friday.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. By the way, is that the shirt that JP Shadrick got you?
Sure is. Sure is. My Grateful Ducks shirt.
JP Shadrick, who's a regular guest on this show, 9 a.m. Eastern on Thursdays, Jaguars Radio Network, Touchdown Radio Network, Westwood One, NFL and college football, and he did the Oregon-Wisconsin game last weekend, and he got Mark some Grateful Dead, although it's Grateful Ducks.
I'm wearing my Oregon gear today, even though they let me down with a big number last week. I was so fired up when I got the shirt. I was planning on wearing my Washington Generals jersey today for Halloween. You know, the team that the Globetrotters used to play. That was the plan for Halloween. I was going to wear a basketball because I don't wear jerseys. If you've listened to the show, you know that. I was going to put it on, but then the mail came yesterday, and my gift from JP was there, and I was so excited, I decided to wear that today.
How about if you don't wear anything? And I don't mean just you. I mean, a lot of us adults, we don't get dressed up today. So when people say, are you going to wear a costume for Halloween? You go, yeah, I am. I'm wearing it now. And I go, well, what do you mean? And you go, I'm a Dolphins fan. And you just let it hang out there. Okay. Kind of like, this is how I feel about my team. I want nothing to do with them. No.
Wow.
No.
And ladies and gentlemen, that is what we call an attempt at humor. An attempt.
Time now for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is The Starting Five.
And ladies and gentlemen, the Starting Five is brought to you by Lee County in Florida, named after Robert E. Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism. BST. While you're at it, come to Lee County and order a BLT. And listen to some BTO. NFL last night, Ravens took care of the Dolphins on Thursday Night Football. Led 14-6 at the half, scored 2 early third quarter touchdowns. Lamar threw 4 TD passes. He's back. Ravens have won 2 in a row. 28-6 over the 2-7 Dolphins. And last week, 4 days ago, they held Bijan Robinson and the Falcons in check, but they went back to their old ways last night. Derrick Henry had 119 yards rushing. Dolphins had 3 turnovers to help Baltimore along. Short week for the Ravens. They were traveling. Miami thought they'd, help them out a little bit.
Other NFL news. So Arizona says Kyler Murray likely to start Monday against the Cowboys. Here's the significance, besides the fact he's their starting quarterback, blah, blah, blah. Kyler Murray has never lost a game in Jerra's place. High school, playoffs and state championships, college, and every time he's played the Cowboys as a member of the Arizona Cardinals in that stadium, he's beaten them. Just throwing that out there. Bengals defensive tackle McKinley Johnson has publicly requested a trade or said, you know what, just release me. Get me the out of here. He's the third player in the last few weeks to request a trade. Linebacker Logan Wilson has wanted one for a couple weeks. Defensive tackle Mike Pennell said, get me out of here, and the Bengals released him, and the Chiefs immediately picked him up. I mean, they couldn't trade him? They couldn't get a 7th-round pick and then some brats or something? I mean, seriously? A defensive tackle? And the Chiefs picked him up right away? Seriously? It's a bad job by the front office. Texans wide receiver Nico Collins. He's missed a few games with a concussion. He'll be back Sunday against Denver. Christian Kirk has missed a few games recently. When does Christian Kirk not miss games? Well, he's going to play Sunday against the Broncos also. Rams wide receiver Puka Nacua, he says he will be back Sunday against the Saints. College football will start off the field. Matt Rule got a 2-year extension and a raise to stay at Nebraska. This bothers me more, Mark, than what we were talking about earlier with the whole, big money guarantees and what have you. You mean to tell me the Nebraska AD couldn't look Matt Rule and his agent in the face and said, you're not getting the Penn State job? Okay. I appreciate you trying to use that as leverage and what have you. You're not getting it. I know you're not getting it. You know you're not getting it. Okay. You haven't beaten a ranked team yet. Okay. You're under contract through 2030. We're giving you everything you want. We're not giving you anything more. Beat USC. How about that? And then I'll even entertain having lunch with you. That bothers me more.
I agree 100%. This has been going, this is not a knock on him. This was Kurt Ferentz, 20 years ago. He was going to go to the NFL. Every year, Kurt Ferentz was getting named for an NFL job. And Iowa would extend him. Now, good for Ferentz in Iowa. He has stayed there forever. He should be what you want out of your college football coach, really and truly. They know who they are. He knows who he is. And they are perfectly fine being married to one another.
This is what Minnesota's done a few times with PJ Fleck. He's managed to maneuver just enough interest or feigned interest or whatever into a couple of redos of his contract. Enough already. We're paying you enough. Okay, you like it, stay. Otherwise, leave. We'll replace. We'll get another one. Look just like you.
But in Rule's case, what have you done?
Yeah, come on. Could you beat somebody? Could you have a pelt on the wall before you tell me that you want more? I'll tell you what. Beat USC, win 9 games or more this year, and keep Raiola for next year. Then we'll talk. By the way, LSU fired their athletic director.
Yes, they did.
The guy that hired Brian Kelly. Because the governor said, well, he doesn't have any power. He ain't going to decide who the next coach is. So they said, well, heck, come to think of it, might as well just get rid of him. We're paying BK 53 and change. What's his contract call for? Another couple million? What the heck? Throw it on the top. Whatever.
Lots of noise in the system about James Franklin and Virginia Tech, by the way. If the noise is true, it could be done very soon. Kent State promoted their interim head coach, Mark Carney. They're 3-5. Don't laugh. The last 2 years, they were 1-23. So, and besides, the job pays $550. So, whatever. Good luck. Coastal Carolina got 4 touchdowns from Samari Collier, 2 running, 2 passing. They beat Marshall 44-27. And how about the Roadrunners of Texas San Antonio?
Meep.
They whooped up on the Tulane 48-26. Owen McCown, Josh McCown's kid, with 4 touchdown passes. Boy, think about how many McCowns we could have, because we had 2 in the NFL, and now they've had kids. Oh, my goodness. We could have 4 or 5 more McCowns.
Crushed my 3-team parlay. Had such high hopes for Tulane, and you let me down.
Memphis against Rice tonight. North Carolina, Syracuse tonight. This was hoops. I'd be interested.
Boeheim and Dean Smith.
Right. Or Roy Williams.
Right. Either one.
And Sam Houston, 0-7 on the season. Do they get win number 1 at La Tech? That's later tonight, which is also Game 6 of the World Series tonight. A little after 8 o'clock on Big Fox. North of the border we go. The Jays have won both their previous World Series in 6. Just saying. Can they get to Yamamoto? He threw a 4-hitter last time against him in Game 2. Same pitching matchup, Yamamoto against Kevin Gausman. Gausman only gave up 1 run into the 7th and then gave up 2 solo homers. So, good one tonight in Toronto, Game 6. I am so hoping for a Game 7. We'll get into it a little bit later on. But because then Blake Snell and Ohtani come into play where the Dodgers don't necessarily have to rely on their bullpen at all. They could just throw starters at Toronto. The strategy of when do you use Ohtani? Okay, because if you bring him in relief and take him out of the game, you lose him as a DH also. So, do they have to start Ohtani or close with Ohtani? Anyway, got to get there first. Game 6 tonight. NBA. Magic snapped their 4-game skid. They beat Charlotte by 16. Spurs are 5-0. This Wemby guy, 27 points, 18 rebounds, 6 assists, 5 blocks.
He's good.
Yeah, he really is.
He's worth it. I'm telling you right now, for those of you that have given up on the NBA, I get it. At some point when football season ends and San Antonio's on television, give it 10, 12 minutes. I'm just saying.
The Spurs are 5-0. OKC is 6-0. They beat Washington by 19. By the way, the Spurs beat the Heat to snap their 3-game winning streak, 107-101. No Giannis. Must be load management. Either that or he injured himself with that 5-step travel against the Knicks. But Milwaukee beat Golden State anyway, 120-110. NHL, bunch of games. Lightning have won 4 straight. Anthony Cirelli in overtime, 2-1 over Dallas.
Nasty little goal in overtime.
It was.
It was sexy.
Passed it to himself off the wall, and yeah. Bruins in overtime. Morgan Geekie has a goal in 6 straight for the Bruins. They beat the Sabres 4-3. Trevor Zegras, offseason acquisition. He's had a great start to the season for the Flyers. 2 goals and a helper last night in a 4-1 win over Nashville. Did you hear what Patrick Waugh did for the Islanders? His best player, Matthew Barzal, late to the morning skate, benched him for the game. And told him, by the way, it happened to me as a player, so I don't want to hear it. Basically looking at him saying, you're a good player. I'm in the Hockey Hall of Fame. Islanders lost to Carolina 6-2. Your Wings, Mark, in a shootout, beat the Kings 4-3. Ottawa, same result,
4-3 over Calgary in a shootout. Rangers 4-3 in overtime in Edmonton, rallying from a 3-1 third period deficit. Vancouver by that same score, 4-3 in a shootout. Penguins are 8-2-2. Wild have lost 5 straight. Pittsburgh 4-1. Winnipeg doubled up Chicago 6-3. And San Jose hands the Devils their second straight loss 5-2. NASCAR 3 o'clock Sunday at Phoenix. Either Chase Briscoe, Denny Hamlin, William Byron, or Kyle Larson will win the championship. Hamlin's won 60 races, but never the Cup title. His dad is dying. This will be the last time that his dad can watch him race for a championship. Denny Hamlin, not the most popular guy on the circuit, but actually, if you're ever going to root for Denny Hamlin, Sunday at Phoenix would be the time. Also, arguably the greatest driver to never win a Cup title, up there with Mark Martin and what have you. Breeders' Cup underway later today. It's a 2-day racing thing in Del Mar, California. Coverage starts at 4 in the afternoon. 5 races today, 9 tomorrow. And it's 7 minutes before the hour mark. That was the starting 5. 5 big stories, and Denny Hamlin, the sentimental choice, here on Miller and Moulton.
I have to say, David, for someone like me who's not a NASCAR fan, you can tug at my heartstrings with that story about Hamlin, and I can go, that would be great. But when I think of NASCAR fan, I'm thinking, I don't give a damn if his dad's dying or not. I hate Hamlin today. I hate him tomorrow, and I'll never want that sumbitch to win.
And he and Jordan are suing the sport. That damn sumbitch. Lee Sterling is next.
Football season is back, and celebrate your game day with Jimmy the Beef Guy. We're talking tender, juicy Chicago beef sandwiches. Whether your party's for 10, 100, or 200, bring game day to your house with Jimmy the Beef Guy. The catering packages come with the beef, the gravy, the peppers, the bread, everything you need. 2 convenient locations, Fort Myers and Bonita Springs. Skip the ordinary and bring the beef. Jimmy the Beef Guy, Chicago flavor, Southwest Florida style. Call today or visit jimmythebeefguy.com. Tell him Miller and Moulton sent
The
you.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you can be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. Capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 13325.
It's the event everyone will be talking about when college basketball's biggest names take the court in Fort Myers. The Michigan State Spartans and the North Carolina Tar Heels headline the 2025 Skechers Fort Myers Tip-Off. Witness the excitement live and in person this Thanksgiving week at Suncoast Arena. The stage is set. Will you be there? Lock in your spot now at FortMyersTipoff.com/go. That's FortMyersTipoff.com/go. See you Thanksgiving week at Suncoast Arena.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Well, now I got to figure out how to watch Fox Sports online because I'm going to be done with YouTube TV.
Well, you'll be in a hotel this weekend, though.
No, I understand that, but I mean, like literally to watch game. Like I was going to bring my computer and watch games while we were tailgating. I can't do that because, well, they don't have a deal with ESPN anymore.
Right.
Hi, Lee.
Morning.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm good today.
Good deal.
A couple weeks ago, not so good.
It's the way it goes.
I know. That's the way life is. Got to deal with shit.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, my parents didn't tell me that when we were growing up, that there's a circle of life. They take care of us, and we take care of them.
Yep.
So.
And then you get to the point where your mom tells you the same story over and over.
Oh my God! Oh God! When I go to visit her,
my son's in town today, and yesterday my wife and I had to go to an event, and so my son was there with my mom and my daughter, and he had to take her to soccer practice, and I think my mom rode with him, and he's like, I get back, and he looks at me, and goes, I love Grammy. I wouldn't trade Grammy for any Grammys in the world, but she's told me the same story 4 times in 3 days.
So I go to dinner at this place where my mom stays, and the 3 women that sit at her table have totally lost their mind. When I sit down, same question. Hi, have I ever met you before? What's your name?
Yep.
You know, I mean, it's,
Yep.
I mean,
Yep.
So sometimes if I have a bad day, I'm like, let's just sit alone tonight. It's rough.
Yep, it is.
So I'll be telling them about the same football games that I watched over and over. Same bets I lost.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It's that time. An hour into a Football Friday.
Football Friday.
It's time for Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports, ParamountSports.com, 800-400-9741. He promised October would be a Locktober, and Lee has had a terrific month. Back on this show to hopefully keep it going. Do you have a name for November? I mean, October's easy. Do you have a name for November?
Lee,
Come on.
Lee, I'm sorry. I know it's your turn to speak, but come on, David. You've been
You don't
doing
remember?
this, Lee, for 20 years. It's not November. It's Dovember, baby.
I thought that was a great setup as a host. That's what I thought that was. Apparently,
Yeah.
well, apparently not. Hi, hey Lee. How about you and Mark just take care of the segment? You go.
Oh boy, here we
I-
go.
Yeah.
I thought that was some of my best material right there, but okay.
I don't know about that, David. It was probably C-list material. Mark and I were looking at each other. We had
I know
the
you
stink
were.
eye looking at each other there.
Okay. How the heck are you?
I'm good.
Our poll question is: are you getting dressed up tonight in a Halloween costume of any kind? Are you?
No, but we do sit outside and we dress up the dog. He's going to be a target, one of the carts. So he's an attack labradoodle. Just kidding, just a labradoodle, and loves seeing people. So everyone knows him. What's crazy is we had a couple kids come by yesterday that rang our doorbell, wanted to make sure it was working. And
They were scouting,
and because they know we hand out good candy, and they both wanted to know what the candy was this year. And so I told them their choice, they get either a Snickers bar or Reese's candy bar, and also we have Tootsie Pops. So,
And of course, you can get an account from Lee on Halloween. We
There we go.
start him young on
Right.
South Beach.
yeah, we hand out gifts that remember the gifts we used to give out, that
Right.
we had few extras. We hand them out to kids to give to their parents. So
Here's a red duffel bag. Here,
Yeah.
take
how
it.
about that? You guys still have the watch? Remember the watches?
The
I-
only one I have that's made it this far, Lee, is the workout towel. The
Okay. Yeah.
black
Oh, those
workout
things.
towel. That's a great workout towel.
Yeah, yeah.
That one I still have. The red duffel bag bit the dust a while back.
Okay.
I have both red duffel bags.
Okay.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, and I carry my radio equipment on the road with them.
Yep.
What are we to make? Florida State hasn't won a conference game since Bobby Bowden was coach, and
Yeah.
Wake Forest just beat SMU. How is Florida State favored by 10.5 tomorrow? But how do you see the game?
Well, maybe it's a letdown after beating SMU. Maybe they haven't won a game since September of 2024. And who was the quarterback? Mr. Mendoza, maybe the Heisman Trophy winner when he was at Cal. That's crazy. They held him to 3 field goals. So maybe they're able to game plan here and do something. Wake Forest probably a different team though on the road. I'm going to go crazy here. It's Halloween. Why not? Florida State wins and covers 34-21.
All right, the cocktail party. I will be there. The lines fluctuated a bit. It started at 7. I've seen it as high as 8 now.
Yeah.
When you look at Georgia and Florida, interim coach, obviously this is a big rivalry game, but Kirby's controlled it. He's won 7 of 8 since taking over as the top man at UGA. Who do you like, Lee?
Yeah, and they've been favored by each of the last 4 games by 14 points or more, and have won by 14, 23, 22, and 27 points. So I don't think we're going to see a bump. Usually you see a coach, he's fired that first game. A lot of people play that theory, and I think it works more for a guy like Brian Kelly, who's just not like. They find an interim coach, they like him. That first game, they play hard, they win or they cover. I just don't think we're going to see that. They like Billy Napier. So he was a player's coach, just couldn't get the job done here. The interesting part about Georgia, I rate their players, and I'm looking at Pro Football Focus. They don't grade out real well. They have a lot of guys that are just barely a little above average. But the individual parts, they don't add up. You would think that they're just not going to be good on offense, but working as a team, they're pretty good, and they get better in the second half here. I'm taking Kirby Smart and his staff. I think the Florida staff, whatever's left, a lot of these guys are going to be looking for jobs last couple of weeks. I like Georgia 31-20.
Laying the 7.5 or 8, depending on where it is you get your games. All right. This was a game that was circled before the season as maybe the winner goes to the ACC title game and the loser doesn't.
Right.
SMU at home getting 9.5 from a Canes team that took a half against Stanford to find their mojo again. Canes favored by 9.5.
You're right. They were in a funk that first half. I mean, the defense played better after the first drive, but the offense looked horrible. Rhett Lashley coming back. Well, he's not coming back. He's staying at SMU to coach against his old team where he was the offensive coordinator. But it's been 4 years since he's been gone. He can game plan. He's a good offensive play caller, but doesn't know the Miami defense, doesn't know their personnel, doesn't know their defensive coordinator. He wasn't here, just came over last year from Minnesota. Since the ACC championship game last year, the loss to Clemson, they're 2-8 against the spread. Their defense is just not good at all. In fact, against the only two good offenses this year, Baylor and TCU, they gave up 48 and 35 points. Their one big win, name-wise, was against Clemson, 35-24, but Cade Klubnik didn't play in that game. SMU's best weapon is wide receiver Romello Brinson, who former Cane, who was buried on the depth chart, didn't even play much last year. I don't think they have the weapons to really hurt Miami. I think their defensive front, which was all Canes last year, they lost 7 of the top 8 guys. Just this is a different team here. I think Miami pulls away 38-21.
To Sunday we go. Jags, and what Miller and Moulton think, and were chastised by J.P. Shadrick a little yesterday. We think it's about as must-win as it gets for the Jags. The way they've played, they go to Las Vegas, and I think, David, you were absolutely right when you said they don't make the playoffs if they don't beat Las Vegas. Well, 2.5's the number. It's kind of fluctuated. It settled in at 2.5. Who do you like, Lee?
Yeah, I'm going to go with the Jags here. So I think that if they can put together a good first drive, it's going to put some pressure on the Raiders here. Raiders trying to play a little bit more man coverage, and I think it could cost them against the Jags. So if they get the running game going, the play action, I think they're gonna have a nice easy win. I think also Raiders special teams are nothing special here. I like sometimes you got to lay it even on the road here. I like the Jags here. I think they win this game here 28-21.
Hunter has been limited all week in practice, and that's coming off a bye. So that's not a good sign if you were expecting him or if you play him in prop bets or fantasy. I don't even know if he's going to be active. All right, Lee, you're giving it away. It's the game of the week in the NFL, not your game of the week. That's to come. But obviously the marquee game in the NFL, Chiefs in Buffalo, and Kansas City's a 2.5 point favorite.
Yeah, and regular season-wise, when these two teams match up, Buffalo wins every time. Playoffs, Chiefs. So public is playing Buffalo. A lot of the small bets coming in on Buffalo. Some big bets propping it up here. The sharp money's coming in on Kansas City. Why? Buffalo's cornerbacks, they can't cover anyone. Can't cover a cold. Their linebackers starting to get some guys back. They're hoping Matt Milano plays here. They're all pro linebacker coming back from a pec injury. They're not tackling in space. And then the receivers getting no separation at all. That's why they're talking about maybe acquiring a receiver before the deadline next week. So Josh Allen, a lot on his shoulders here, and he's going up against a tough Kansas City defense. They know him well. They're going to make things as hard as possible. Anyone can against him. And right now, Kansas City's healthy on offense. Since they got Worthy back and I got Rashee Rice clicking on all cylinders. How do you stop Patrick Mahomes? He's playing some of his best football, and their special teams special right now. I like Kansas City. The right team's favored here in a shootout, 37-30. Chiefs.
Chiefs defense, by the way, has given up 24 points total in their last 3 games.
Yep.
That's 5 favorites Lee took there. Florida State laying 9.5. The Dogs laying 8. The Canes laying 9.5. The Jags and Chiefs each laying 2.5. That gets us to Lee's game of the week. And I can't wait for the text to see who you're taking in this game.
Yep.
Texas and Vanderbilt, the line has moved a bunch. It started at 2.5. It's moved a full point. Texas now a 3.5-point favorite. Lee, how do they get it?
Well, it's telling you that Arch is probably playing. Believe it or not, Vanderbilt, probably the biggest games in college football the last 2 weeks. So you want to get it for free. 800-400-9741. How about this, guys? You know, we rate our games from 10 to 50 units. Rarely have a 40 to 50 unit play, maybe once a month. We don't have one. We don't have two. First time ever, 17 years. There's Mark peeking his head up now. 3 40 to 50 unit max wagers.
Whoa.
Weekend. Biggest weekend ever. I'm going to text you those games too, so you can tweet them out on Saturday and Sunday after they start. So you want to hop on board? Not November. Call it November. 5 weeks, just $297 for your show only. If they use coupon code SAVE200, I'll know it came from your show. $297 for 5 weeks of action, 12 to 15 games a week. You get all 3 40 to 50 unit max wagers. We're a career 73 and 29 documented. Just one place, ParamountSports.com.
800-400-9741, ParamountSports.com. Lee playing 5 favorites in his picks this week. His game of the week is Texas and Vandy. 3 40 to 50 unit plays in the same weekend. Lee Sterling, ParamountSports.com, 800-400-9741. Lee, good luck. Have a great weekend. Happy Halloween. Save some of that candy for us.
Okay, I will, guys. Take care. Be
Lee
safe.
Sterling joining us once again on this Football Friday. Wow, is this an unusual weekend? As you pointed out, he took 5 favorites. I mean,
Right.
That's Mark Miller territory right there.
I didn't even take 5 favorites this week.
And then 3 40 to 50 unit plays? Damn.
Yeah, that's never happened before. That's making money. We'll make our pick. Show you how to lose money next.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to CapeCops.com. CapeCops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
Let's talk the big differences between Floormeisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floormeisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floormeisters backs their installer, so if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floormeisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floormeisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 13325.
This is Miller and Moulton.
What is everyone going to do this weekend? No college football on ABC, ESPN. No Monday Night Football. Although it's possible they could work out a deal Monday, but
I don't know. I don't know what my plan is. Not happy.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Pat Kirwan to join us in 40 minutes time here on Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Chime in. Our poll question, you getting dressed up for Halloween? About 63% of you are no. But I'm actually surprised it's the numbers as high as it is. Yes. You know, we don't have a ton of kids listening. So I'm impressed that we've got like 3 out of 8 adults that are like, hell yeah, getting dressed up. All right.
You know, I'm with you. If that's your thing, and there are a lot of you that get into Halloween, I get it. But yesterday was National Candy Corn Day. And my candy corn people showed up in full support. We lost the election, David, but we did so well. We felt good about the direction we were heading.
You basically laid ground for next time. It's like,
Right.
I lost close this time, but I'm beating your butt next time.
Wait until the midterms.
Yeah.
And I'm going to give you back-to-back texts a day apart from the same person.
Okay.
And I don't like to come at our listeners. We need you. You are the lifeblood of this show, and we thank every single one of you. And I mean that sincerely. But yesterday, this gentleman texts on the Pelican Roofing of Florida text line. 21,000 for those of you that don't know the number by now. Text the keyword Miller if you've never texted the show. But he says you cannot trust anyone over the age of 12 that enjoys candy corn.
All right.
Okay. Shot taken. Then today, when asked about costumes, he says, Buzz Lightyear at the office, vampire at the Kodak Black concert tonight. So he's not doing one, he's doing 2 costumes on Halloween, and he's giving me a hard time for liking candy corn. I'm wondering who the big kid is here. That's all I'm saying.
Big kid just doesn't like his candy corn. That's all. He says that's a bridge too far. But yeah, we've gotten some texts and some folks, on X who have said, we've got an office party and I'm wearing this and I'm wearing that. We're going bowling tonight. The whole bowling league is, getting dressed up. Well, okay.
Boy, that what I'm envisioning as a bowling league getting dressed up is outstanding in my own head. Hopefully all of you are rolling up a pack of smokes in your arm. That's all I ask.
Well,
Bowling's that is the one activity, sport, whatever you want to call it, that I get it. Smoking's terrible for you. I understand. I haven't had a cigarette in 15, 18 years. It's a terrible habit. It's super expensive. I get it. But when I walk into a bowling alley, I just always have this vision that I'm going to see pitchers of beer and a fog over the lanes of people ripping darts in there.
Ocala Chris wants to know, do you have to go as one of the Flintstones if you're bowling? Like, do you go as Fred?
Ooh. I went as Barney one year. My roommate went as Fred. Looked good.
Okay.
Looked good. All right. Time to make our picks, David.
We've put it off as long as we could. All right. Although you had a winning week last week.
Yeah, you didn't.
No, I did not. I was doing really well. I blame it all on Navy. Blame it all. How was I not 3-1 on my college games? They give up 2 touchdowns in the final 2 minutes. What the heck?
And
Backdoor
everything went
cover.
downhill from there. Things were going along so swimmingly. And Navy lets you down late, and Sunday goes just terribly.
I do not feel good about these picks. Just so you know.
2-6 for David. I was 3-2. Lee last week, for the record, was 2-2.
Right. We had him at 2-2. We gave him with 2 losses on his teaser. Okay. I think he was trying to play each individual bet and what have you. But anyway, we had him at 2-2. He had him at himself at 3-2. But
yeah,
anyway,
he's 2-2, and he's 4-6 on his games of the week. He had a good run going and lost last week. All right. I do 5 picks. Let me get it out of the way so David can get his 14, 15 picks in here. I think Virginia Tech's a bad program. And I think Louisville is kind of finding themselves. I know it's on the road, but Louisville's still trying to make a run to the ACC title game. I think they win, and they win comfortably. It's a pretty big number, 10.5, but give me Louisville on the road. Virginia's going to lose this week, everybody. They're going out west to play Cal. Cal's not awful. They're really not. And Virginia squeaked by a lot of teams. I'm getting Cal and 5.5 at home. Give me the Bears. I think Tennessee at home is dangerous. I don't know if they can stop anybody, but I think they'll outscore you. And they're at home against Oklahoma. I'm taking the J.P. Shadrick game. Give me the Vols laying 2.5. I've been talking about this team since I think July, and I'm not backing off now. Give me the Ramblin' Wreck. Georgia Tech, 5.5 they lay at NC State. NC State, another ACC team that's not very good. I'll take Georgia Tech to win and cover the 5.5. And David called it yesterday. They make the play. They do not make the playoffs if they don't win. I think they go to Las Vegas and win. I'm taking the Jags and laying 2.5.
I'm playing a ton of hunches. A ton of bets that don't make any sense, to be honest with you. But then again, I'm 25-41 on the year.
Right.
I'm taking the Gators and the points. I said they were going to beat Texas before the season started. They did. I said they were going to beat Georgia before the season started. I'm taking the Gators and the points. I'm taking the Houston Cougars and laying 12.5 at home against West Virginia. West Virginia is not a good team. West Virginia on the road, their average margin of defeat against Power 4 teams is 26.
UCF blew them out, just for what it's worth. I like that pick, David.
Houston's only has to lay 12.5 at home. I'm with you, Mark, on Tennessee. Oklahoma has not scored more than 26 points against a Power 4 team this year. I think Tennessee gets in the 30s. They win and cover. And, Mark, Dave Aranda and Baylor was going to lose his job Sunday. That's the next college coach to get fired Sunday because Scott Frost and UCF is going to Waco and they're winning. And they're getting 3.5. I'll take the Texans at home against the Broncos. The Broncos have won 5 in a row. They're due to lose. Texans are 3-4. They're digging out like Baltimore. They can't afford many losses. It makes no sense at all. But the Patriots have won 5 in a row. And the Falcons now have dug themselves a hole. Give me Atlanta and 5.5.
I know Kyler Murray's never lost at Jarrah's Place in high school, college, or the NFL, but Dallas scores a bunch of points at home, and Kyler Murray won't keep up. Give me the Cowboys minus 2.5 on Monday night. And Mark, what I said about the Jags, I'm saying about the Bears. If the Bears can't go to Cincinnati and win, they ain't making the playoffs. And they only have 3 more games on their schedule against teams with losing records. Give me Chicago. Joe Flacco banged up, injured shoulder. Bears against that defense. Give me Chicago and lay the 2.5.
That's David's Elite Eight. And as the texter says on the Pelican Roofing of Florida text line, and unfortunately, David cannot argue this. Gentleman says, I am going to start a gambling career by just taking the opposite of David's picks.
Oh, you're going to be rich, sir. You're going to be rich.
Plus 16 this year.
Yes, you are. You're plus 16. You're 41-25. Okay, it's a pretty good reasoning, sir.
Cannot argue with that kind of logic. Pat Kirwan will join us in 30 minutes' time. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Football season is back, and celebrate your game day with Jimmy the Beef Guy. We're talking tender, juicy Chicago beef sandwiches. Whether your party's for 10, 100, or 200, bring game day to your house with Jimmy the Beef Guy. The catering packages come with the beef, the gravy, the peppers, the bread, everything you need. 2 convenient locations, Fort Myers and Bonita Springs. Skip the ordinary and bring the beef. Jimmy the Beef Guy, Chicago flavor, Southwest Florida style. Call today or visit jimmythebeefguy.com. Tell him Miller and Moulton sent you.
Got a cracked window or foggy glass? Don't wait for the next storm to make it worse. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business is just down the road and ready to help. From leaky frames to shattered panes, we've got the tools and the know-how to get your home or business storm ready. With flexible scheduling and our done right promise, you'll be in good hands. So before or after the weather hits, call your neighbors at Glass Doctor.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh yeah.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
They've cut the nets, they've raised the banners, and now they're headed to Fort Myers. Michigan State, North Carolina, and other top programs take the court in the Skechers Fort Myers Tip-Off this Thanksgiving week. Legendary programs, championship traditions, college basketball's biggest names, live at Suncoast Arena. Tickets are selling fast. Get yours now at FortMyersTipOff.com/go. That's FortMyersTipOff.com/go.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yeah, for your job, Feeney, there's no doubt. That's a
Yeah.
And robes they were. Bowling alleys were the last bastions of smoking indoors. I'm with you. Bowling, a kid's party, a family game. What the hell are we talking about? The family game for dad to bring the kids if football season's over, ripping darts while drinking beer. Say, yeah, throw another one out there, kid.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till Pat Kirwan joins us here on Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Mark, very ACC heavy in his picks this week. 3 of the 5 are ACC games. The only pick that Miller and Moulton agree on, we're both taking Tennessee at home, laying the 2.5 against Oklahoma. And even though we're both under 500 on the year, we are above 500 when we agree on this game.
Yeah, that trend has changed on this show.
Right.
I'm getting some photos of people's costumes that they're wearing this week.
Nice.
No offense, guys. Why don't you send me the pictures of your wives' costumes? Because I'm much more interested in those.
Oh, we are feeling it today.
Oh, I imagine I will see a lot of folks out in costume tonight.
Yes, you will.
And we're doing St. Augustine tonight. I'll be in Jacksonville for the game tomorrow, kind of staying equidistant, but, got a place we're going to have dinner at tonight in St. Augustine and check that out and get back to the place we're staying. I imagine that will be full on.
Oh, yeah.
With the cocktail.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's been a long time. It's been a 97, I think, was the only cocktail party that I attended. And Georgia pulled off a big upset. Will Florida pull off the big upset tomorrow?
And if so, it puts Georgia on the precipice.
Georgia's they don't have a whole lot of margin for error.
I think they can lose one more.
Right. But they also, and look at Texas is underachieved. There's no doubt. But they have Florida, they have Texas, they have Georgia Tech.
Exactly.
And we know why Tech moved the game. But you wonder how many of those Yellow Jacket fans are going, why aren't we playing them in Bobby Dodd?
Yeah, I know. Come on now. Heck. Game day might be at that game.
Yeah. Absolutely.
There could be a monster. There's a part of me that really wants Vandy to keep winning because I want that Vandy-Tennessee game to be the biggest game in
Vanderbilt history.
In their history, and also the history of Vandy playing Tennessee.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I would love to see Vanderbilt beat Texas. A lot of the sharp money is on Texas. This line has moved substantially. It started out, I think, at 2. It's at 3.5.
Right. That's a lot.
That is.
One
of the picks you made, and it surprised the hell out of me, was you took UCF. And the reason it surprised the hell out of me, David, is that
I know.
I had a stat yesterday, and I actually saved it. No, not a stat, but just a record. In the last 2 years, the worst records versus power conference teams. And UCF's not the worst team in Florida, by the way, but they're 4-11 against Power 4 teams.
Yep.
Florida State's 2-13. And they beat Alabama.
Right.
That's the other side of this.
Listen, it's not a smart play because Baylor's at home
And UCF is not a good road team. And they've only won 2 Big 12 road games in 2.5 years in the conference. So why are you taking UCF on the road? I think they've improved a lot in the last 3 weeks. And they're circling for Dave Aranda and Waco. They are. They've had enough. Mediocrity. He's their Billy Napier, only he actually won a Big 12 title. But he's 500 in his 6+ years there. And they want a new coach. And they're circling. They're very inconsistent. All within the same game. Never mind on the season.
And they have underachieved. They were, I believe, one of the teams picked to contend for the Big 12 title. And that's not even close to happening for Baylor. And I want to say that our guy Phil Steele had them picked to win the conference.
And there are a lot of people that think that this roster will be better than next year's roster. So now may be the time to pull the plug on Dave Aranda. But it's a hunch. Okay, I probably should wait for UCF to win one of these games before jumping on them.
Well,
I got a feeling.
David, if they don't win this week, and I was looking at this yesterday, and we haven't really talked to any UCF this year, and they get a pass with Frost coming back. No one, whatever the record is, the record is. But at some point, you know, this was a fan base that was on the verge of being obnoxious a few years back. The fake national title that y'all claimed. Well, if you don't beat Baylor, there's only one win left on your schedule, and that's home against Oklahoma State. Because I don't think you're beating Houston at home next week. You're not going to Texas Tech and winning, and you're sure as hell not going to BYU and winning. So you better get this game because you're 4-3. That's 5-3. Hey, you win Saturday. You beat Oklahoma State. Guess what? You can go to a bowl game.
Right. Which we said at the beginning of the year, by the way, a bowl game for UCF would be a good season.
Yes.
I mean, not a very good season, but we said, hey, this schedule and this roster transition is looking very 5-7-ish. So if you can get to a bowl, we'll go, hey, good job, and let's see what happens in year 2.
So the other noon game that we would have all been talking about, it would have been the talk of the week. It was supposed to be the game of the year. Could Penn State finally go into Columbus and beat the Buckeyes? Well, obviously, we all know what's happened to the Nittany Lions. They are 19.5-point favorites against the Buckeyes. And I damn near took it and laid it, David. I was thinking hard about it, and I'm just wondering if Penn State will give everything they have and keep the game under 20. I don't think they can. I mean, what doesn't Ohio State have? Like, seriously. They got the best defensive player in the country. Their running backs are as good as anybody out there. Their receivers are elite. The quarterback looks like he can play. What is it that the Buckeyes don't have, David?
I'll actually challenge you on the running game. Okay, I would say it's the weakest link on the team right now. The defense is outstanding. Every layer of the defense, Matt Patricia can clearly coach defense. Their defense is excellent. Their wide receivers are the best. Slayin can slay it. He can chuck it around. All right. I don't think, like, Wisconsin kept their running game in check. I have seen times this year, Mark, in which their running game has been pedestrian. Okay. That is the only part of the team that I don't think measures up to last year's part of the team, is their ability to run the ball. Because at some point when you need to run the ball, like what did Ohio State do last year at Penn State? Okay, they had the goal line stand on defense, but Ohio State took over with like 5 minutes to go on their own 1 yard line. and they ran the ball right at Penn State and ran the game out for 60 yards. They just shoved it right at them and ran the clock out. I don't think this team can do that based on what I've seen so far. That's where they need to go, because they're going to be in a game where they're protecting a lead, the whole 4-minute deal. Okay, just that's the only area that I don't think they measure up to last year's team.
Okay. All right, fair enough. I think Jackson's gotten better. We'll see. Couple of big games, interesting games to me, David. Texas Tech. I still think they're the best team in that conference. I do.
They're getting injuries, though.
They are, and they're going on the road at Kansas State, who's starting to find themselves. They're better than they were in September. That's a sign of a team that's well coached. Can Texas Tech go into K-State? It's 7.5. I wouldn't bet it. Just go take care of business and win.
It's funny. That's your game that you circled. The game I circled was the one that you played. Clearly, Georgia Tech's a better team than NC State. It's November 1st. It's that time of the year. Are they going to show up and play their A game? NC State Dave Doran always has one win a year. All right. And so to me, you took Georgia Tech and laid the points. I think it's the smart play. But, Mark, that's exactly how I feel about the Yellow Jackets. Just go do like the Ravens did last night. Play a clean game. Okay, solid game, BB plus, and get on the bus.
NC State came off a bye last week and gave up 53 to Pitt.
I know.
You're right what you say. It's the reason he keeps his job at NC State, because he always pulls one win out of his you-know-what.
Although, Mark, if that's the beginning of how they're going to end their season, I don't think he survives it either. Dave Aranda at Baylor, Dave Doran at NC State cannot finish badly.
By the way, they couldn't put the game any later Saturday night. But out west, Cincinnati is at Utah. And Vegas, while, none of the folks from Utah do a lot of gambling, Vegas is betting on Utah. 10.5 against Cincinnati. Cincinnati's had a really nice season. They're pretty good. Their quarterback can play a little bit.
Game day's going to be there, by the way. Here's the other thing for UCF, going back a few minutes. Mark, UCF joined the league with who?
Cincinnati, BYU. Houston, and BYU, right?
Mark, aren't all three of those schools ranked today?
Houston's not ranked.
22nd.
Are they really?
Yep.
I'll be damned.
They only got the one loss. Yeah. I'm pretty sure they're ranked.
Oh, you're right.
So that's the other thing where if you're UCF, it's like, hey, when you entered the conference, we thought you were going to be the best or second best of those four, because we warned everybody about BYU. We did. We were very high on BYU. We said, trust me, they can get players. And then when the more money came into the sport, we're like, oh, they ain't going to have trouble getting money. So if you're UCF and you're a fan, think about it. You came into the conference 3 years ago with Houston, Cincinnati, and BYU, and look at where they are.
And look at where you are.
Playing catch up, and that's why, hey, go to Baylor and get a win. It's a vulnerable Baylor team. They're 106th in the nation defensively. All right, you can beat them. When's the last time you were only a 3.5-point dog on the road in conference, in this conference? Go get it done. That's my hunch.
I hope for UCF's sake you're right. Because if they win that game at Baylor, they're going to go to a bowl game. And that's a start. That's the first step. It's taken too long, but that's the first step. Get bowl eligible. Winning road games in conference. That would be a nice thing.
There you go.
That's where you start raising the bar. But for so long, you've still been a group of 6 team defensively. They've lined up in the Big 12 and basically run it down your throat. That has to change. So those are just not a great Saturday. Not a great Saturday. Sometimes these can be sneaky good. I will say that. Notre Dame's at BC. BC's just horrible. Indiana's at Maryland. Maryland's had some moments, but they've kind of fallen apart. Ole Miss hosting South Carolina. South Carolina's been a huge disappointment this year. Schedule's been a bear, but they haven't done anything anywhere near to the level people thought they would do.
Feel badly. How many weeks a year is Notre Dame on the ABC, ESPN family of networks? Yeah, they're at Boston College tomorrow night. It's on ESPN. And
all you folks like me that have YouTube TV, which I know it's a small number. It's like the 3rd or 4th biggest carrier out there.
It's 10 million.
Right.
Yeah. So
don't get to see it.
No. So Notre Dame fans, you're blacked out too on YouTube TV. You know what? You haven't gone to your favorite sports bar in a while. Nothing wrong with going. Check out the Shoeless Joes of the world. It won't hurt you. Pat Kirwan is next.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer, so if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. FloorMeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This year during Thanksgiving week, Fort Myers takes the national stage, hosting not 1 but 2 elite women's college basketball tournaments, the Fort Myers Tip-Off and Coconut Hoops, both featuring Power 4 teams and nationally ranked programs. Few places in the country can showcase this level of talent. We're proud that Fort Myers is one of them. Don't miss your chance for tickets. Go to visitfortmyers.com/basketball. Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism.
Todd and I are local. We're involved in our community. We live here, we work here, we're in our showroom every day. We love working with our guests. We love giving back to our community.
We are so excited about our new store. Same location, same team, new environment. Every day is like a grand reopening. Absolutely stunning when you walk through our doors now. Come experience the newness of the Diamond District. See what we've done.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 13325.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Good morning, Pat.
Oh, I love when you two are arguing over Central Florida. I love it.
Well, it's funny. When they were good, and I've always made fun of them. I've always had fun picking on them. And David's always been the defender. their fan base is like the Dolphin fan base. They have disappeared. I mean, disappeared. They don't say anything. They don't text anymore. They have just put their tail between their legs and went to the corner to hide.
Yeah, I don't deal with them, and I had, but when George O'Leary was there, I was around it a bunch. I've known George since high school. George was like recruiting New York kids and everything else, because back then he couldn't get guys to go there from Florida. But isn't that the largest student population of a college in the country?
Yep. That's why they were, I mean, I think with student fees, they got that, in-house stadium built in a reasonable amount of time, and it would change their whole direction.
Yep. Yeah, but I think you guys said it a couple of years ago. There's 2 conferences now, and everything else is. I feel bad for Boston College. Those guys, they're one of those. There's a lot of them just like them, stuck in no man's land. They can't keep their good players. They don't have enough money to get good players. It's a disaster right now.
Well, that's the problem. If you're at the bottom end, and even if you're, like my alma mater, Michigan State, they're losing guys every year because they're not spending the money that the other Big Ten schools are, because they think they're a basketball school, and they're really not one of those either. But that's a story for another day. But yeah, you're losing guys. I mean, if you're a starter for a low-level Big Ten team, if you're a starter for a mid to low-level ACC Big 12 team, they're just gobbling you up.
Yep. And it's I feel for Billy O'Brien, but I talk to Matt Ryan about it every week. And Matt said, like, there's not many of us that are donors. It's not like these other schools. And they keep asking the same 5 or 6 guys for big chunks of money.
Right.
Right. Well, and at BC, my guess is, I could be wrong, but you're more apt to get money to get you a really good hockey player than you are a really good football player.
Yeah.
I think they'd rather win the Natty in hockey than be, bowl eligible in football, if you know what I mean.
I absolutely think that's true. And I know one sport creates a ton of revenue and hockey doesn't. So, but it's the New England way. They like it.
Exactly.
They love hockey. There's no tomorrow up there. Yeah, frustrating. It always amazes me schools like Indiana just come out of nowhere when someone gives them a ton. They were never anything.
Ever.
Everyone wrote down W next to them when the schedule came out.
Absolutely.
That was a homecoming game.
Yeah.
That was your homecoming game. I mean, come on.
Yeah. It's crazy. Otherwise, here we go. Ravens. If the Steelers lose this week, watch out. It's on top of them right away.
Oh, hey, Vegas was already ahead. Before the game started, the odds to win the division, Baltimore is the clear favorite.
Yeah. It's easy to see, really.
Yes, it is.
And fun to watch it happen, but
that Cincinnati game is going to come back and bite the Steelers right in the behind.
Yep. Speaking of that, it doesn't sound like Joe Flacco's got a chance to go, does it?
That's why I took the Bears.
Yeah. Yep.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
We are halfway home on this Football Friday.
Football Friday.
At least in the 904, the 239, and in Tampa, St. Pete. For those in Live Oak, Lake City, and Port Charlotte and Venice and surrounding areas, it's the final hour of Miller and Moulton for the week. And, well, you know how we begin it during football season with Pat Kirwan. He of NFL Radio's Moving the Chains, weekdays 3 to 7, Saturdays 2 to 5 during the season. And he'll be in Buffalo Sunday. Actually, gets there before then, because CBS is on location for the NFL Today, Bills and Chiefs Sunday. Pat joins us courtesy of Pinchers, Tampa to Key West, all points in between. Pinchers where you can't fake fresh. How are you?
I'm very good, but you said something that I'm not sure is true. and you said I'll be in Buffalo. Have you seen the delays at Newark Airport?
Well, unfortunately, the pressure is on people like us where if the planes aren't going to cooperate, you're going to have to suck it up and get in a car.
Yeah, that will not be happening to me.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you have more status than I do because I'd have to get in the car.
I am not driving over 2 mountain ranges to get to Buffalo. And no way. Only to drive back? I don't think so. Nope, I'm not doing it. So I foolishly, not to waste our football time, I went online. They have a couple websites where you can see delays. So yesterday I tapped in at 5:00. Said, let's see how the day is going. It was a bad weather day, but it goes 468 delays, 185 cancellations from Newark. Then I said, let me see how this is the football party. Let me see how that stacks up against the rest of the country. They had more than the rest of the country put together. That's how bad it is.
Well, good luck getting to Buffalo. We'll talk about that game in a minute. Let's talk about last night's game. Pat, yesterday David and I had a book show. We talked about a lot of things, and we realized at 9:21 with 2 segments left, we hadn't talked about Thursday Night Football at all but for a moment early in the show. And we didn't get one text from a Dolphin fan complaining. The fan base has completely given up on this team, and last night looked like the team that we'd seen all year long. Baltimore just methodically did what you're supposed to do on the road, and Miami just looks as if they don't care.
Yeah, so I got asked yesterday, will there be momentum off the win they had last week? I said, no, they're not a good team, and they're not going to follow it up with another one. And then we talked about the Steelers and how many Packer fans were there. Now we have the same problem in South Florida, and that place was loaded with Raven fans. Imagine Ravens, they go in there 2-5, and they have fans all over the place. And people in Baltimore do not move to South Florida.
No,
that's not that. I don't see many of them at all when I'm down in Florida, and so it's just. I mean, you're going to probably ask me the question I asked myself: is he going to fire the coach and GM now? And I keep thinking, no, he's not going to. But no shows can drive a lot of decisions.
Well, now I wonder if the time's going to be after the game in Madrid, because then they have a bye week, and so. It would be the natural time if you're going to make the change, especially if they're 2-9 coming out of Madrid. But who knows? Maybe he just does this dead man walking act and keeps him for the whole year. Here's my question, though. When you look at the Dolphins roster, I mean, if you're one of the 10 teams out there that's aggressively trying to add depth pieces, are the Dolphins one of the teams you call, or do you look at the roster and go, gotta be honest with you, it's not that good?
It isn't that good, but I would be calling. There's always a chance, and everything's relative. Am I looking for a one-year guy because my starter's down? Yeah, I think those kind of guys are always available from these bottom feeder teams and all these 1 and 2 win teams. You should be calling all of them to see who wants to play the liquidation game. And maybe collect picks for the next coach. But I said it 2 weeks ago on the show. Sometimes the owner is going to tell a GM, don't move anybody. We'll let the next head coach do it. And I think that's more inclined. You asked me last week, David, about how many transactions by Tuesday at 4:00, and I said a couple of backup type guys, but no big time. I don't think there'll be any big time names. Coming off someone's roster and moving a contract over with the guy. So I think it's going to be fairly boring, although that bothers you because you love action. And so do I, but I don't think we're going to see a lot. Do you guys think we're going to see a lot of movement?
Pat, you've scared me off on Miami getting rid of players from what you just said. Does the owner tell the GM, leave it alone? Because a guy like Chubb, to me, I pay attention to the Lions. There's a few other teams. If I'm the Lions, I'd like someone to help out Hutch. I know they just paid him, but it'd be nice to put someone on the other side to put a little more pressure on the quarterback. So I'd be interested in Chubb. I'm sure there would be other teams that would be interested in him. So I think there could be, 4 or 5 players dealt, but I don't think much more than that.
Me either. And so then we have the oddball team. Like the Patriots are good. They're in first place. They moved Duggar and they moved White. That surprised me. And you can bench Duggar if you want to, but if your other guy gets hurt, you're going to be happy to have Duggar. Why would you do that to your roster when you're fighting to win the division? That's not the profile of this time of year. Kind of
I
shocked.
agree. I know that both those guys have become second teamers, but you're trying to do something here. Those are solid depth pieces. To me, you get rid of them at the end of the year, especially for what they got in return. The whole get a sixth, give a seventh, deal. I will say this: I wonder if Mickey will finally get rid of some guys with some contracts with the Saints, like Olave with his concussion history. Kamara. I know Kamara doesn't want to go anywhere, but I'm just saying, if I'm Mickey, come on now. I got to get rid of some of these guys who are not going to be probably part of my next good team. If I can get some, because I think an impact number 2 receiver is going to get traded by Tuesday.
Well, who on the Saints would you think that is?
Well, I think Olave could be that guy.
Yeah.
Okay. I wonder, quite frankly, if the Dolphins will get rid of Waddle.
Now, that's the kind of call I'd be making and just keep tempting them. But, I have to always think, I learned this from Mr. Hess. Always think the other side back at yourself. Would you do it if you were them? What would you want to do it? And I'm not giving either one of those guys away. So when you start mentioning compensation you'd take, that's when things go cold pretty quickly. The problem in New Orleans is most of these contracts have stupidly low paragraph 5s. No criticism here, but they are. And then you're dealing with some form of acceleration. That's not the case with Olave, but they did put that option year on him, right? So next year, if you take him, you got a $15 million deal, which is a guaranteed number. So that's the part you'd love to have him right now. He makes $1.5 million, and half of that's already gone. But the other part of it is, maybe I like him enough that I wouldn't mind the $15 million. It's a little more than that, but that's the problem. The Saints have a hard time moving guys because of the dead money issues, and they got a lot of dead money issues.
No doubt. Let's get to some of the games, Pat.
Yeah.
With Baltimore winning last night, and even before Baltimore won, they are the favorite to win that division. That is not me making this up. That is, go to any betting site you want to. The Baltimore Ravens, heading into the game yesterday, were the favorites to win the division. Pittsburgh's at home. They're a dog against Indianapolis. We all know how well the Colts are playing. What do the Steelers have for them? And defensively, can Pittsburgh fix what seems to be broken?
Well, they're not. They have names in the secondary, but when you watch them play, and if there were no nameplates on those jerseys, you'd start wondering who's back there. They don't play very well on the back end of it. They kind of patched up the run for a few weeks when Harmon came back, but that thing is kind of still shaky. So I don't think the defense is capable of handling the Colts. Now, this is an outside game for the Colts, and everyone's waiting to see them stumble and fall, especially outside as the weather gets cold. I think with Daniel Jones, they protect them. That offensive line in Indianapolis is very good. They protect Jones, which makes him more than effective as a quarterback, and they've got a running back that probably will still get 100 yards against anybody. So I don't think Pittsburgh has the firepower to do it. And I like their defense, the Colt defense, more than most. I don't look at the numbers. I look at the team speed, the way they play. They run around, and I've known Louis Anarumo. We used to coach against each other back in the early 80s. And I've known him since then. We became good friends, and he got the raw deal in Cincinnati, and he's highly, highly motivated to do a good job. He did a couple of really interesting things last week with, like, DeForest Buckner making him the Mike linebacker for that blitz call and just blowing up a guard and going right in the quarterback's face. Imagine the size of that guy coming at you if you're a pocket passer. So I like where Indy's being creative with the defense, and the other side of the ball needs no explanation. Yes, they're going to play some hard games, but I'll ask David, with 7 wins in the box, don't you think they're going to get to 11 wins?
Who? The Colts?
Colts,
Yeah,
yeah.
absolutely. Yeah. In fact, I think the Colts are going to be the 1 seed in the AFC.
That gives them a chance. There's a couple teams will be happy to go inside and play rather than zero temperature.
Got about a minute here. There's a lot of small spreads and intriguing games. One of
Yeah.
them, Niners at the Giants, who just lost Scattaboo, okay, after losing Neighbors. Okay. I mean, San Fran's only 2.5-point favorite here. Is this a dangerous spot for the Niners?
Yeah, I think there are injuries and the impact of the injuries. When you lose your best pass rusher and the guy who controlled the whole defense, Big Fred, just because the kid who came off the bench 2 weeks ago now and looked good, he made tackles. That's what everyone liked. Oh, he's making tackles. Calling the defense, the offense changing the strength of the formations, going empty, bringing the guy back. All that stuff puts the mental stress on the Mike backer, and Fred is not there, and it's clear. So the weirdest thing about the 49ers was how few touches they gave McCaffrey last week. We were talking about this 2 weeks ago. He was on 26 touches per game, and he has 11 last week, and they're losing. So it made no sense to me. I think the Giants right now, I still like the 49ers on the road. I'd love to pick the Giants, but giving up 215 points on defense, that doesn't even involve Scattaboo, but they're giving up 27 points a game. And I know the 49ers are only catching, scoring 20, but I still like the 49ers. I think last week, it's hard for them to lose 2 in a row.
We've got a half a dozen very intriguing games, and we've got the heavyweight matchup between the Bills and the Chiefs. We'll talk about all of it with Pat Kirwan next.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer, so if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This year during Thanksgiving week, Fort Myers takes the national stage, hosting not one but 2 elite women's college basketball tournaments, the Fort Myers Tip-Off and Coconut Hoops, both featuring Power 4 teams and nationally ranked programs. Few places in the country can showcase this level of talent. We're proud that Fort Myers is one of them. Don't miss your chance for tickets. Go to visitfortmyers.com/basketball. Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm scared because I want to see lots of trades, and you've scared me off because there are more firings coming of coaches. We know that.
Yeah, it's I've been around a number of those things, unfortunately. It depends on if they're keeping the GM or not. That becomes the reason we'll have. If they're keeping the GM and the season's in the toilet already, he's going to dump some players if he can afford to cap-wise do it. And if he dumps them, he's thinking, okay, I'm getting a new head coach. I'm the guy in charge, and I'm going to get draft picks and start this over. If they're dumping the GM as well as the coach, then it's a whole different story. I think Depends on who's advising. Do you see the owner sitting there last night? He looked as upset as a guy could be.
Good.
Yeah.
I hope he's furious.
Yeah. It was an interesting, quirky hire, but again, that GM and Mike Tannenbaum was involved with that, right?
With Chris Greer?
Well, Chris used to work for Mike, but I believe the owner consulted with Mike about the hiring. Ironically, after he had fired him, the Jets did the same thing. They consulted with Mike Tannenbaum too.
Well,
don't ask me how.
I thought that they were both consulting with Parcells.
Tannenbaum's company was hired, and that's how Rich Spielman landed up at the Jets. He was working for Tannenbaum. I like Mike a lot. He's a very nice person, and I call him a friend and everything else. And I'm glad he and I have talked a lot in the last few years about some form of a football life outside of a club. And he's always looking at the stuff I've done, and he's constantly asking me about how to strike a deal with Amazon. I said, you got to sell your company, Mike. You can't just build it and then try to run it and make money. You're not going to get the advertising because you don't have the volume.
Well,
you got to sell it to Amazon.
Well, we all thought that they started the 33rd team there to have somebody buy it. And I'm guessing no one has bought it. That I thought the whole thing was done so that they could then sell it and make $150 million.
But Pat, you said it. You've impressed upon me quite a few things over the years. One of them is you have to have the owner, and I'm to the point now where I don't really give a damn who the Miami Dolphins hire. I don't think it's going to work because Stephen Ross doesn't know how to own a team.
Yeah,
Pat, did we lose you,
Pat?
Pat, you're not there.
Okay, he's re-entering the studio.
There, Pat?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello.
Yep, we lost you there.
Yeah, I'll tell you what happened. Someone called me.
I'm
doing this off my cell phone this morning, and someone called me and it knocked the sound out completely. I saw you guys the whole time.
So, but I was just saying to you, we only got about 20 seconds before we come back, but you impressed upon me a long time ago. If you have a bad owner, it doesn't matter. And that's where I am with the Dolphins. I don't think this guy, whoever he hires, it's going to be the wrong hire.
Yeah. It's, he doesn't know how to do this, and he doesn't lean on what I consider the kind of people you should, but it's interesting. He's good friends with the Viking owner.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
A remaining 10 minutes with Pat Kirwan of NFL Radio's Moving the Chains and CBS's NFL Today show. Pat and all our guests joining us on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. Pat is sponsored by Pinchers. Locations from Tampa to Key West and about a dozen spots in between Pinchers where you can't fake fresh. All right, we want to save some time for the Bills and Chiefs, so we're going to have to go through some interesting matchups quickly here.
Correct.
We've got a bunch of road teams that are small favorites. Seattle at Washington, Jacksonville at Vegas, Bears at Bengals. Okay, do you like all the road teams to win these games? Seattle, Jacksonville, and Chicago?
I like Chicago to win without Flacco there. That's not hard to do. With Flacco there, I might go the other way. I like Denver on the road. Who else did you have on your list?
Well, in Denver's
Jacksonville at Vegas.
Yeah, Denver's actually a small underdog. Won
Yeah.
5 in a row, and they're getting a 1.5, 2 points.
Yeah, I'm not sure about Jacksonville. I mean, Las Vegas is playing terrible, but he is getting Bowers back. He's coming off a bye. I'd be really careful because I don't trust Jacksonville as much as I don't even trust Vegas. I think I'd stay away from Jacksonville on that one.
And then Seattle and Washington. Washington's kind of reeling right now, and I love the way the Seahawks are playing.
I love Seattle. They are a good road team. They travel well. They like going on the road. They go out on Fridays. I think Washington's really struggling with their defense. Who are they? And if they can't have Terry McLaurin on the field with that thigh problem, I think Seattle's going to win the division. Right now, I do. And I think I know the Rams really are intriguing. I don't think the 49ers can hold up long enough, but I do like where Seattle is.
All right. There are 4 games that are supposed to be, by NFL standards, blowouts. Chargers at Titans, Panthers at Packers, Saints at Rams, Vikings at Lions. I mean, Detroit's like a 9-point favorite in some places. Do you like any of the underdogs to make this a tough game, or does the Chargers, Rams, Packers, and Lions cruise?
I do not like, and I'm talking about with the points, I do not like Minnesota with whatever it was, 8.5. I don't like Carolina against Green Bay. Let's see, who else do you have on that list?
Saints at Rams, Chargers at Titans.
I don't like the Saints at all. I think the Rams, would I give 13.5? That was the opening line. I don't like that number, but I do like the Rams to roll on top of those guys. They're going to start Shuck now. And we've talked about how many parts of the Rams I like a lot. That's an easy win for them. I don't see any upsets there.
All right, New England, they're playing really well. It was awful. I mean, just awful last week. I put some of that on Cousins because I thought he was terrible. Penix looks like he might play. If he does, how much of a difference does that make? And can the Falcons rebound from their worst performance? Well, maybe second worst performance of the year. They did get shut out by Carolina after all.
I don't trust Atlanta for those reasons that you cited. You can't get shut out by Carolina. Expect me to feel good about you. I talked to the coach a lot. They are a major disappointment. They're averaging 17 points a game. Will Penix make a big difference? No, I don't think he will. And he doesn't run around. You look at Drake May, compare him to Drake May. Drake May is significantly ahead of him in development.
Having a little trouble with Pat's audio this morning. He must be getting another call there.
Yeah, we may have lost him again. Pat Kirwan of NFL Radio's Moving the Chains. That's weekdays 3 to 7, Sundays 2 to 5. And he'll be in Buffalo Sunday. The airlines permit out of Newark. All right. With the NFL Today show on CBS. Pat, are you back?
Yeah, I am back. Whoever that is wants to keep calling me, and I can't do anything but decline them.
That's fine. It's fine. You're right, though, about Penix versus Drake May. Drake May is actually a sleeper MVP candidate. Penix, I believe, has 5 touchdowns and 6 starts.
Yeah. It's really impressive to see what Drake May's done. And, of course, the wisdom of that head coach was go out and buy a veteran defense. Go look at it. I think there's 6 free agents. There's a waiver wire kid. There's a cap casualty guy. So he built a defense to help the guy have some time to grow, which he certainly is taking advantage of that. We'll see what Ramondre Stevenson's doing. He's got a toe if he's going to play. He's kind of an important piece to them, but I still like New England. I like the way he's handling this team. Do I think they'll win the division? No. I still think Buffalo will win the division.
All right. Buffalo will win the division, but will they win Sunday afternoon? The Bills have historically done well in the regular season against Kansas City. I don't like the Bills' defense at all right now. Can the Bills find ways to get after the Kansas City defense? It's been playing better. I know how highly you think of Spags in that defense, but is that defense vulnerable? Can the Bills put up enough points to outduel Kansas City in a regular season game?
I'm not taking Buffalo in this one, even though they're home and they've got a nice long history of winning in the regular season. A lot of reasons why. Number one, and it's actually true for both teams, but Kansas City is desperate to get the division lead again, so they have home field, and they're playing like they're really, and they're very, very good the last couple of weeks. He's got all his receivers back, but the big story for me is the defense. They're number 2 in the NFL in giving up points. I think that's the second most important thing besides scoring points, giving up 16.3 points a game. I like their defense a lot, and outside of the running back and Josh on his own, I talked to Epinesa yesterday. He goes, "Hey, I feel like it's a division game. We know each other. What's different now than ever before in a regular season is Mahomes running. Mahomes he's going to break his own personal bests on 3 categories. Rushing touchdowns. He's already tied the most he's ever had in a season, 4. He's going to break the record of rushing for first downs. He's on pace for 42. 27 was his best ever. And he's going to do the same thing for rushing attempts. He's on pace for 98 runs. 75 is the most he ever had. That's the guy who plays in the postseason. But I promise you, yeah, the receivers are back, but Mahomes is playing like I got to get my team back in first place. He's been running all year, and does he have the most rushing yards for quarterbacks?
He was Baker. I might be close, but I think you're right.
And I just say that because none of us would think that. And Lamar's back; he might catch him, but he's leading the National Football League in rushing for quarterbacks. I don't think we've ever said that before.
Don't believe we have either. Here's my only question: Cook, and when the Bills decide to run the ball, they've been able to run it on anybody. The Chiefs' run defense is actually their weakest link of their defense. Do you think Buffalo can commit to the run? And if so, they should win that matchup.
They won't commit to the run because they need, Josh to win the game. But they'll run the ball. But I look at the last 3 weeks, and maybe this is circumventing your question, but in the last 3 weeks, Kansas City's run defense gave up 61 yards a game. Things are better in Kansas City.
And one of those was against the Lions, but the other 2 were against the Raiders and Commanders, and also Commanders without Daniels, so the quarterback's not a huge threat to run. And they've only given up 24 points in the last 3 weeks. There's no doubt that they are peaking. Are the Bills vulnerable? I think both of us are hinting that we see the Bills as vulnerable, the demolition of Carolina notwithstanding.
I'm telling you, this person really wants to get a hold of Pat.
I just hope it's like Bill Cowher or somebody like that. I just hope it's not like a spam or a sales call, something like that. I just hope it's a football guy.
By the way, for the record, Justin Fields is actually leading in quarterback rushing with 288 yards, Mahomes 280, Josh Allen 261, for what it's worth.
Okay. All right. Justin Fields by 8 yards over Mahomes. We'll let Pat know. Pat Kirwan joining us, courtesy of Pinchers, Tampa to Key West, all points in between. Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. So he's taking the Chiefs in the big showdown against the Bills. Miller and Moulton. We'll make our NFL picks coming up.
Let's talk the big differences between Floormeisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floormeisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floormeisters backs their installer. So if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floormeister's prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floormeisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Got a cracked window or foggy glass? Don't wait for the next storm to make it worse. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business is just down the road and ready to help. From leaky frames to shattered panes, we've got the tools and the know-how to get your home or business storm ready. With flexible scheduling and our done right promise, you'll be in good hands. So before or after the weather hits, call your neighbors at Glass Doctor.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor. We fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Left to I would add more challenges and more things you can challenge. Even if it's
I think the Belichick, if they would just do what Belichick said, you can challenge everything.
You can challenge everything. I'll give them each team 3 challenges a game. You can challenge anything.
And I would still be okay with them keeping them if they were right. I don't think you should lose a challenge. And that penalty they called for tripping was,
oh my goodness,
was
horrendous.
I mean, just horrific.
Horrendous.
Just horrific. You picked that flag up. It's like a buddy of mine texted me during. He's like, when they've got, when they do those calls and say that they've already reviewed it, that's when you buzz down and say, just pick the flag up, guys. Just pick the flag up.
Yeah, considering he never touched him. Yeah, definitely.
He fell down. He fell down.
Slipped and fell down. The guy jumped over him. What's worse, the call or the Dolphins coach screaming at the guy? Absolutely berating him. Left Twix, do you think it would make a difference? First off, if they made the refs have to, the refs would, there'd be very few officials left in the NFL. I mean, a lot of these guys are very successful at what they do so that they can actually afford to take the days off to do the NFL officiating. And what are you going to do with the refs during the week? What are you going to do? Run drills? Simulation videos? I mean, seriously, what are we going to do with them? There's no year-round work. You want full-time guys? You're going to pay them February through July to do nothing?
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Listen, we haven't spent a lot of time on this year, but it's come up today in YouTube and Twitch chat rooms. NFL officiating.
The last 3 weeks have not been good.
No, it has not.
It started off without a lot of complaints. I mean, the reason it hasn't been brought up is that this year started off pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
There weren't a lot of games where you could point. Last night, that obvious tripping call that was made, that was nowhere close to it. I mean, it was horrific. There's been obviously the tush-push fumble. I mean, there's a bunch of calls that you can point to and go, oh, man, how did this happen? David, Belichick was right a long time ago. You and I have agreed with the Belichick rule for, 5 years, 6 years?
And he proposed it 12 years ago.
Maybe we've been on it longer than that. You can challenge anything. Like last night, for Miami not to be able to challenge that call. First off, that we're doing replay assist all of the time during the game. That replay assist can't just buzz down and say, pick the flag up.
Because that's apparently something that can't be corrected.
I understand that.
I know, but that's
I don't care that it can't be corrected.
Right.
That's where I'm at. Like, I just don't care that, that's not a reviewable call. I don't give a damn. Tell the referee in his ear to pick up the damn flag. You screwed up.
Well, our point is that we want everything to be reviewable. This whole, you can't overturn that. No, why? It's wrong. It's wrong. This would be my argument. Why do we have replay in the first place? To correct mistakes. Well, then let's correct as many as possible. Right? And I would be more adamant about this with gambling and now with a major sport, having an FBI investigation. I would be adamant now if I was running the NFL. I want every call that's possible to be corrected because it's more imperative now than ever before to get these calls right. We have a lot riding on this, if you know what I mean.
So I don't, we could take sides and pick a bunch of stuff and do a segment on this. It's not worth my time anymore. Until they fix what is so easily fixable. David, there were a lot of people that didn't want replay in baseball.
Mm-hmm.
And replay in baseball has gotten so precise that when there's a play at second base and the runner just happens to slip off on the back end and he's tagged, you know what? We get it. And I don't know if that was ever the intention of the rule. It was to fix obvious mistakes. And now they're correcting bang plays, and they're doing it really well.
If we were in the meeting with the NFL competition committee, what if we just said, can you guys explain to me how Major League Baseball is about to go to a computerized strike zone
and we have more than half the calls in this league that can't be changed, they're going to a computerized strike zone. Can you get any more involvement of technology in a sport than where baseball is going to go next year?
And don't counter me, football, by saying you're not using the chains anymore for first downs. Enough. There are too many obvious mistakes that are made that they just throw their hands up and say, I don't know what to tell you. That play's not reviewable.
Yeah, and that's unacceptable. In 2025, and obviously nothing's going to happen this year, for goodness sake, this is completely unacceptable. And I don't know why Roger Goodell is not screaming behind closed doors at the competition committee about this. Hey, he got the kickoff changed 3 times. He got the kickoff changed. Okay. Why is he not wanting to change this?
And you know what? We kind of yelled at you earlier this week, Eagles fans, and really just the ones in the Twitch chat room, because they were whining. I mean, they were whining. There's just no two ways about it. And we think more highly of Eagles fans than being whiners. Disrespectful, mean, nasty. Yeah. Whining? Hell no. But I'll defend you on this one. Everybody wants the tush push band, and we can still have these blown calls.
Right.
I'm on your side for that, Eagles fan. I am.
Now,
the tush push is going to get banned, by the way. It doesn't really matter what I say. It's gone after this year. Gone.
We'll see. We'll see. I will say Goodell wanted it gone, and usually if Raj wants something, he gets it, and he didn't get it.
Right, but the thing is, now that they go with the we can't officiate it part, that's going to be the push over the cliff, I think. But neither here nor there. But Eagles fan, at least for today, I've got your back. Everybody's, moping and complaining about the tush push. How do we have a tripping call in a game where a guy slipped and didn't touch the other player?
Didn't touch him. Did not make contact with him.
We can't pick that flag up? Wow.
I mean, come on now. Don't we have to do something about that before we do something about the tush push? I mean, that's the other thing I'd do if I'm the Eagles. I might honk off a lot of people, but I'd be like, seriously? And then I might sit down to a presser and show about 20 minutes worth of calls that were blown and go, nobody's been about this, and you want to complain about what we're doing? Seriously? Do me a favor. Do something about these 20 minutes. Get back to me.
You might just be able to queue up, and someone brought up the obvious face mask penalty. You might be able to just queue up face mask penalties that weren't called or were called that weren't face masks. Again, I think we haven't talked officiating this year because for 5 weeks, it was pretty good.
Now, that's a dangerous slope to go down, though. Okay. Do you really want to turn the non-calls into calls? I mean, we just talked about changing the bad calls. Okay. Do you now want to go so far as to, hey, they missed a face mask there? All right. Now, that's a whole other, that's a computerized strike zone.
No, it is, because then people want holding after the fact.
On every play.
It's there every play.
So,
but there are just some basic things. I mean, we've been taught pretty well that announcing's changed drastically. We now all are watching, whether it's the left tackle or the right tackle, start early. We all see it, and they don't call it.
Nope.
So I think there's better ways than what they're using to get things right. And an official that can overturn anything from upstairs has always been something that David and I have been in agreement with. And we've always been in agreement with Belichick's philosophy that you can challenge anything.
I don't think we can get both bites of the apple
At the same time, though, I think it will be hard enough to get us to expand replay to correct the obvious errors that have been made. You want to then take it to, well, they missed that face mask. I want to challenge. Hey, the guard moved early. It wasn't called. I want to challenge that. That's a whole other level.
And I'm not saying I want that change. All I am saying, David, is that you could have films just on one particular play. If you're the Eagles, you could just show all the false starts. You could just show all the face masks. And you want to ban the tush push. I was just backing off of what you're saying because they're coming after the tush push. And I think the Eagles could just have their own symposium and embarrass the NFL behind closed doors if they want to.
Of course, the NFL would also say, where are all the times that your offensive linemen are moving early on the tush push? Is that in the video? I mean, if you're going to come after us, make sure you include yours too.
All right, let me just ask you. The Dodgers win tonight. For the sake of this question.
I so hope they do.
The Dodgers win Game 6.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do with Ohtani in Game 7? Because
if
you brought up, he pitched as a relief pitcher a few times in Japan. He's never done it in the majors. If you want to use him and you start him, he can stay in the game as a DH.
Correct.
If you bring him in as a reliever, you lose your DH.
If you take him off the mound, if he finishes the game, he can keep hitting as long as he's on the mound.
Gotcha. So, do you then look at him as an opener in Game 7? You're the baseball guy of the two of us. David, you spend hours driving around thinking about things like this. You really do. So would you use Ohtani as an opener in Game 7?
No, I'd use him as a closer. Because he has pitched in relief before. He closed Japan beating the U.S. in the World Baseball Classic. Struck out Mike Trout to end the game and win the championship. Okay, he's done that before. No. What I'm doing is, first off, I got Blake Snell for an inning if I need him. Okay, it's his normal day to throw. He can give me an inning. All right, I got 2 from Sasaki. Maybe only an inning if he's got to go long tonight. But I can get Snell, I can get Sasaki, and then I got Ohtani.
Can you just give me a game where somehow, some way, there's a Game 7 where we're bringing out Snell and Ohtani, and the rookie for the Jays is thrown in the 8th inning?
Totally. He's warming up too. If Snell's available for an inning, you don't think the 22-year-old is?
You're damn right he is.
And now, this is dangerous, but if you're the manager, see, here's my thing. If you get beat with your best reliever, that's one thing. I don't think you get criticized for not bringing in your starter on 1 day or 2 days rest. It's when you're bringing in your third best reliever in the 6th and you get beat. It's like, you could have gone to Sasaki, Ohtani, Snell. Why are you bringing in Blake Trinan? That's for Dave Roberts. I'm getting beat. Never mind the fact I'm getting beat with how much do we pay? We're starting Glass now in Game 7. We gave Snell 30-something, Ohtani 70, Sasaki. I mean, seriously, it's like, no. If I'm going down, I'm going down with the ship here.
But will the Jays get to Yamamoto tonight? They didn't in his last start. He has been unbelievable this postseason. We were looking at odds for MVPs, and while Vlad Jr. is the overwhelming favorite for the MVP at this moment, and then I think it's Ohtani, I think it was like 14, 15 to 1 for Yamamoto. Thought that was a pretty good bet, because if he wins tonight and pitches really well in doing so, I think there's a good shot if the Dodgers win that Yamamoto could get the MVP, because, Ohtani had one good game at the plate in the World Series. His pitching performance was good, not great. It's not enough to get him the MVP, in my opinion, for the Dodgers. Now, a good Game 6, Game 7 can change everything.
By the way, the same goes for the Jays. Okay, if they have to play a Game 7, I mean, Bieber was effective. Obviously, the 22-year-old kid's been really good. I mean, Scherzer's a what?
4 to 6 inning pitcher right now. I mean, are you going to get beat with your middle relief, or are you going to throw Bieber or Yusevich out there before your closer? I mean, I would not get beat with my third best righty reliever in Game 7 of World Series. I would just rank my pitchers best 1 through 13 and pitch them accordingly.
And a couple people asking about Kershaw to the pen. I mean, he got one out. It was a big out. The curveball still works, David. I mean, it does. I just don't know how many outs you could count on Clayton Kershaw for right now. Not compared to the pitchers we're talking about.
Yeah, he's at the end. If they are asking to lose if they bring Kershaw in a tight spot. He's got fumes left. Fumes.
So a lot of potential drama in baseball. And it's not a great Saturday slate in college football. I'm telling you,
Well, never mind those of you with YouTube TV. You can't watch the Saturday night college football in a lot of places. Might as well watch Game 7 if we can get one.
Unbelievable.
I so want a Game 7.
I know. We both do. Nothing better in sports. Miller and Moulton will make our NFL picks next. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you can be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer, so if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
It's the event everyone will be talking about when college basketball's biggest names take the court in Fort Myers. The Michigan State Spartans and the North Carolina Tar Heels headline the 2025 Skechers Fort Myers Tip-Off. Witness the excitement live and in person this Thanksgiving week at Suncoast Arena. The stage is set. Will you be there? Lock in your spot now at FortMyersTipoff.com/go. That's FortMyersTipoff.com/go. See you Thanksgiving week at Suncoast Arena.
Football season is back and celebrate your game day with Jimmy the Beef Guy. We're talking tender, juicy Chicago beef sandwiches. Whether your party's for 10, 100, or 200, bring game day to your house with Jimmy the Beef Guy. The catering packages come with the beef, the gravy, the peppers, the bread, everything you need. 2 convenient locations, Fort Myers and Bonita Springs. Skip the ordinary and bring the beef. Jimmy the Beef Guy, Chicago flavor, Southwest Florida style. Call today or visit jimmythebeefguy.com. Tell him Miller and Moulton sent.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Kaufman ball, it seems high, but I think answer this question first. How many points do you see Penn State scoring?
17 tops.
Tops. And I think that's why the spread is as high as it is. Because I think they're thinking Penn State's not going to score more than 10, which means that will Ohio State eventually get to 30?
Tony left right as I got there last night. I wanted to say hi to him, and he was leaving right as I got there yesterday. He left pretty early. I don't know when the last time I'd seen him was. Phelan.
Oh, yeah. Well, he's basically retired.
Exactly. Like I couldn't tell you the last. That's the first. I didn't even like I said, he left literally 4 minutes after I got there. Cannington says hello.
Love the Can Man.
He's retired.
Good.
Yep. His wife's not. That was funny talking to the two of them.
Mike Cannington was the first person that Jaybird introduced me to. I spent the day was with Jay for a few days. He showed me around town, and first night I was at Waterman on the payroll, but not on air. He, of course, took me to the nearby Hooters.
Right. It was right there too.
Yeah.
That's a wedge away. That's not a driver wedge.
Right. And so, he's telling me, hey, he used to do what you did and what have you. I think Shelby might have come with us too, because I was replacing Shelby. He was getting out. I think it might have been the three of us who went over. Good guys, all of them.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the Diamond District bonus hour on this Football Friday.
Football Friday.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Are you dressing up today on Halloween? That's our poll question.
And as a few of you were texting in on the Pelican Roofing of Florida text line, you in your costume. That's great. I don't need to see it. Yes or no suffices. And I did say, you want to send me a picture of someone in a costume? Send me a picture of your wife in her costume.
Hello.
And someone did.
Nice.
It was the couple. It was both of them. But I did get a kick out of that. That was pretty funny. Well done. Well done, you.
Have fun trick-or-treating today, whether it's an office party or a bowling. We've had that sent to us that, bowling league, they're all getting dressed up. But if you're accompanying your kids or grandkids, just everybody be safe. And also, if you're driving around tonight, just show some caution tonight. All right, going to be a lot more people out there walking than usual. So just everybody be careful.
So when you get inside your gated neighborhoods, please drive safely.
Right.
Don't run that stop sign that you run all the time.
Right. Don't go flying over the speed bump. Okay.
Right. Don't try to get air
right
in your Honda Accord going over the speed bump today.
All you evil Knievels out there in your gated communities, just just try to rein it in. Pretend it's a skateboard and not a vehicle.
The daughter's giving me a pass. It wasn't really the wife, it was the daughter. She's allowing me to miss Halloween. So mom's taking the daughter trick-or-treating tonight. My mother's handing out the candy at the house. And I'm heading to Jacksonville in T-minus 1 hour.
Never mind the costume you and Jake are going to have on. Ha, ha, ha. Remember, just make sure no pictures. That's all. Okay. What happens at the cocktail party stays at the cocktail party. That's all.
Looking forward to it. Cannot wait. It's been a long time since I've been to the cocktail party. 97 was my first and only trip to Jacksonville for that game. So looking forward to it tomorrow. And I think we're going to get a game. I think we're going to, I don't know. David earlier took Florida on a hunch because he picked them to win this game back in August. He did. He said the Dogs are going to Florida's going to beat Texas and Florida's going to beat Georgia. And he said that back in August. So he's sticking to his guns. I think Georgia could pull away and cover in the fourth quarter, but I think we have a game through 3. I really do. All right, David, let's make some NFL picks. You are kicking my proverbial butt. I was up for a large portion of this season, and seemingly every pick that we've split on the past couple of weeks, you've got me. You're up 5. We start Denver at Houston.
Yeah, I'm playing the A, desperation factor again with the Texans. B, also, Denver might be due to lose. They've won 5 in a row. C, Houston's defense is actually better than Denver's. Now, I think Denver's offense is better than Houston's, but this likely a low-scoring game. Broncos have ham and egged a couple games this year. They won't ham and egg a win Sunday. I'm going to take the Texans because if they lose, I think they're done. I do. And now they're 3-4. It's kind of like Minnesota and Washington losing. It's easy math to do. But I think there are a lot of teams, Mark, who face must wins this week, or they are not going to make the playoffs. Houston's the first one. Give me the Texans.
Early this year, the Colts found a way to lose the close games. Since then, they've won a close one against the Eagles. They muffed it up against the Jets, but still won. And then that comeback against the Giants. I don't see Houston being able to get to 20 because they're offensively challenged and the Denver defense is really good. You're right on with the Texans defense, but I think Denver can get to 20. This one literally could be, if Berman was picking this game, it would be 2019 Denver, but I'm going to take the Broncos. Okay. San Francisco at the Giants. I root for your G-men. I like the Jackson Dart story. I think he's playing well. The Scadaboo thing was a lot of fun until he got hurt. But San Francisco is going to win this game. They're not losing again.
I think it's going to be ugly because I think both teams are offensively challenged. But despite the major injuries on the Niners defense, the Giants secondary cannot be trusted to protect any lead. It really can't. Not having Neighbors and Scadaboo on offense, how many points do we think the Giants are going to score? Close, Niners.
Indianapolis at Pittsburgh. Boy, Pittsburgh would do a lot to all of those people who think the Ravens are going to win that division if Pittsburgh could figure out a way to win at home. But this defense is lousy. They don't stop the run. They're not very effective against the pass. And between Pittman and Warren and Jonathan Taylor, I like the weapons of the Colts. There's part of me that wants to play a hunch and pick the Steelers here, but I'm not going to. I'm taking the Colts, David.
I am as well, because the Steelers' defense is not good until proven otherwise, and the Colts are very versatile. We talked the Colts with Pat Kirwan last hour. Mark, a part of the team that's not being talked about enough, they got rid of 2 starters on the offensive line, and they replaced them with rookies. And their line is better this year than it was the last couple years. The rookies and the offensive line coach, Tony Sperano Jr., deserve a lot of credit. Give me the Colts.
You give Carolina any shot to beat Green Bay? I don't.
No. Although Bryce Young's expected back, but Carolina on the road's been awful.
Minnesota getting JJ back. They go to Detroit. Detroit's a huge favorite. I say the Lions take care of business.
Yeah, this decision, this J.J. McCarthy decision right now hangs over this whole organization. The decision to draft him, the decision to not bring Sam Darnold or Daniel Jones back. All right, I like the Lions. In fact, I almost laid the points. I like them a lot.
Chargers are at Tennessee. Tennessee's a mess. They're going to be right there fighting for the first overall pick. Give me the Chargers.
Are we sure the Chargers are going to play more than a B game?
Do they need to?
No, but I'm just wondering, is this, you're always trying to look for the total laydown. Because this, to me, Mark, this is upset or they win by 4 touchdowns. I don't think there's anything in between, but I'll take the Chargers because, well, Harbaugh's teams usually don't lay an egg.
And I don't think Vrabel's team will either. After Atlanta, look, they're going to play better than they did a week ago. I think Penix is going to play. That helps. But New England's got something. And I think they keep on keeping on here against the Falcons at home. Give me the Patriots.
This pick makes no sense at all. None. I'm taking Atlanta. I do think Stevenson being out is going to hurt the Patriots. There are times when the Patriots, don't score a ton of points. I think Atlanta so needs this game, or I think their season's over. And they embarrass themselves. Tell you what, if you've ever spent any time with a professional athlete, ask them what it's like the game after they embarrass themselves.
Chicago, you already took the Bears against Cincinnati. This is the game, David, that if Chicago wins, this will be the beginning of the end of Caleb in Chicago. I'm taking the Bears. But if they don't win, they're going to be wanting his head. They won't want Ben Johnson's head yet. They will want Caleb Williams' head if he loses this game.
Yes, because they'll think he's not the guy, especially if they lose because they didn't score a bunch of points, because what does everybody do against Cincy's defense? Now, if they lose a 38-35 shootout, I don't think it'll come down on Caleb. But you're right, Mark. If they lose a 24-20 yes. I think also must win for the Bears. Okay, come on. They only have 3 games left against losing teams.
Jacksonville at Vegas. I took Jacksonville and laid the points. The same thing that David just said about Chicago is that way for Jacksonville. If they're going to be serious about contending for a playoff spot, then they have to win this game, and I think they will. The Brock Bowers thing concerns me. Pat brought it up a couple segments ago. JP brought it up yesterday about how tight ends have torched the Jags. They got to stop Bowers on Sunday.
I'm picking Vegas.
Oh, boy.
Because the Jags have lost their running game. Hunter is hurt. Thomas can't catch the ball. And the Raiders can't be as bad as they've shown recently. And I think the Bowers thing is huge, Mark. I'm seriously, Jacksonville for years has struggled to cover the tight end.
Rams hosting New Orleans. We're not going to give it a whole lot of time here. Rams take care of business. I mean, that's just the way that goes.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Kansas City at Buffalo. I agree with Pat. I know Buffalo always wins the regular season matchup. I hope that we get an entertaining, high-scoring game and last quarterback with the ball wins. I don't think it'll be that way. I think Kansas City wins. Buffalo may score late to keep it within 7, but I think it's 33-27.
I'm very concerned about the Bills' corners against the two speedy Chiefs wide receivers. I'm very concerned. I'm hoping for some weather in Buffalo. I want to pick the Bills, but I'm picking the Chiefs.
Seattle at Washington. Washington they're in trouble. McLaurin's hurt again. Offensively, they have gotten old quickly outside of their quarterback. I think Seattle is a really solid football team, especially defensively. Give me the Seahawks.
Everything you just said. All right. I don't think Seattle will allow a team to run it down their throat, and I think that's Washington's best chance to stay competitive in this game. Washington is old and slow on defense.
You pointed out that Kyler Murray does well when he goes to Jarrett's place. I'm with you, David. I just don't think they're good enough. I think Dallas, this is a game to keep them alive to try to get to a wild card. I like the Cowboys at home.
Kyler Murray's never lost in this stadium, high school, college, and the NFL. He loses, and that's 6 straight for Arizona. And by the way, that could be the next NFL head coach fired. Miller and Moulton. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. About 25 minutes away.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer, so if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Think we only fix windows? Think again. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business does so much more to upgrade your home. We custom build stunning shower and bath enclosures, install sleek glass doors and windows, and can bring fresh life to foggy or cracked panes. Need a glass tabletop or a statement mirror? Yep, we do that too. If it's glass and it's in your home, we're the team to call.
Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh yeah.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Did you see what the Penguins did last night?
So they just won 4-1.
So they beat the Wild.
Right.
And apparently the Wild had signed a kid that day, a 10-year-old battling leukemia.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, to a one-day contract. Yeah, the Penguins made him the player of the game. They brought him into the locker room afterwards. You know how hockey teams always have a hat of some kind that they pass around. They gave the kid the hat. They said first star of the game. God, I love hockey. They're just the best. They really are. And I really do think if the sport, and it never will, but if the sport became and went to the next level, I don't think the guys would change at all.
I don't either, for what it's worth.
Adam, I'm not as sad about it's been 52 years since they won the Super Bowl as I am it's been since the Clinton administration since they won a playoff game.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. Some final thoughts. Another pick or two coming up. A lot that's out there in the sports world. Breeders' Cup begins this afternoon. 5 races today, 9 tomorrow. NASCAR Sunday, 3 o'clock in Phoenix on NBC.
Wow.
I know.
The big network for their final race of the year.
Wow, it's nice of NBC to actually put a race on NBC and not USA Network. I mean, are you guys into the sport or not? If not, could you just give it up? I mean, give it up to somebody who really wants it. And I'm sorry, we've been talking for 1:17. It's time for a commercial break.
Well, I'll find out Monday when you do the starting 5.
I know
who won the NASCAR championship.
I know you will. I feel as if anytime I talk NASCAR, I feel as if I'm doing it for you. Okay, really do. Because I'll be honest, we used to get a lot more NASCAR feedback than we get now. So, maybe I am just doing it for you.
And David, thank you, I guess. For all of you who have cut the cord and have gone with YouTube TV because they give you the Sunday ticket, if you want to watch college football this weekend, you'll have to do it somewhere else because Disney and YouTube have not come to an agreement to extend their partnership. So ESPN, ABC, the ESPN family of networks no longer on YouTube TV. If the delay of getting a deal done lasts for any length of time, apparently you're going to get a $20 credit. I will be making the decision next week that I may be just cutting it completely.
So you won't wait it out?
No. David, I watch. I'm trying to think outside of ESPN what I even watch on television. I watch some Fox, with the sports that are on Fox and FS1. I have HBO, so I get all of their Turner stuff, which they're thinking of splitting, which would really piss me off. But I get all of that stuff via the HBO channels because that's part of their deal. So I don't know what I've just got to figure out how to get the Big Ten Network, FS1, and Big Fox. Big Fox I can do with the, HD antenna. So that's my dilemma. I may just suck it up, pay the $20 to ESPN, and cut the YouTube thing altogether.
The Cowboys are the Monday Night Football game too. And right now on YouTube TV, that's blacked out. Not that this is a biggie, but Monday's also the start of the college basketball season. And that network's got a staggering amount of games that they're showing on all their networks.
Right.
Streaming service and what have you. So don't know if it makes a difference. Apparently, ESPN Disney is being a little more hardline in this one than YouTube. Because like YouTube TV, I guess, Mark, you would know this because you're a customer. They went down to the wire with Fox and they went down to the wire with Comcast here recently. But they made deals without, I
don't know. I mean, Comcast is news to me.
Well, I'm sorry. I meant NBC. Okay. But they made deals with no blackouts, with no interruption of service. But obviously, the service is already interrupted. The ESPN channels went dark last night.
Right. So, I got people that use a VPN. How is that going to get me ESPN, everybody? It doesn't. Unless you got to pay for ESPN. A VPN is not going to just miraculously put ESPN on YouTube TV. They're not part of it anymore. But I'll probably suck it up and buy the app. And that's what I think ESPN, that's why I think they're going to play hardline with YouTube TV. We'll see if the next negotiations with Xfinity have to, what they will do with ESPN. But I think ESPN is going to draw a hard line with all of their negotiations, because what does ESPN want? They want you to buy their direct-to-consumer app. That's what they want. Okay. I'm already spending the money for the Hulu, Disney, ESPN bundle, so I get Plus. I dump that, just get ESPN straight. I'm fine, because no one in my house is watching Disney. So that's probably the move I'll make. But it's annoying when you try to, and I did not go to YouTube TV to save $1. I went to YouTube TV because they have the Sunday ticket, and I need to watch NFL games for my job. Not to mention my wife's a Steelers fan. It makes life a lot easier if I can give her every game on a Sunday.
Well, good thing you'll be out of town this Sunday.
Got that right.
All right. Quickly, tomorrow, Canes noon kick at SMU. Miami going to win it?
Miami will win. They'll start playing better here. The only game that I'm worried about the Canes is at the end of the year at Pitt.
I'm taking the Gators straight up. I know it's foolish.
Dogs win and cover, but it's close starting the fourth quarter.
Vandy at Texas.
The one thing about Georgia, David, is they've been a really good second-half team this year.
Yes. It's almost as if their conditioning is better than everybody else's. They've been a terrific final 15, 20 minutes of the game team this year. Vandy at Texas. Money coming in on the Longhorns.
I think Texas is going to win, but I've been wrong about Vanderbilt so much this year. I hope I'm wrong on this one. Go Commodores. I'm rooting for you.
It's at 11 a.m. local kick.
They're both Central Time teams.
Yeah, I understand, but it's 11 a.m. Notre Dame at BC. BC's terrible, but Notre Dame has had some monstrous defeats at the hands of Boston College.
When's the last one, David? Seriously, everybody tries to play this whole holy war game. BC's a hot mess.
They are. Bill O'Brien's going to get fired. Although I don't know.
9-0 run for Notre Dame. They've won the last 9, make it 10.
Ole Miss have any trouble at South Carolina at home?
I don't think so. They're at home. They're pretty good at home.
You and I both like Tennessee. USC at Nebraska. It's a night game tomorrow on NBC.
I'd really like to see Nebraska win a game. Vegas doesn't think they're going to win. USC like a 4.5-point favorite in this one?
Yeah, I should have played this. USC can rush the passer, and Nebraska's tackles are not good. That's how Michigan beat them. Nebraska couldn't block them. The rest of USC's defense is not good, Mark. I say Matt Rule finally beats a ranked team.
Save the juice. I'll take USC.
And late night tomorrow night, Cincinnati at Utah. Cincinnati unbeaten in the Big 12.
Yeah, Utah's big and physical. I think Cincinnati's quarterback's apparently a little banged up. That'll affect them. I'd love to see the Bearcats get this done, but I'll take Utah.
The line is 10.5.
I know.
Talk about no respect for the Bearcats. So, why is Florida State at 9.5, 10-point favorite against an ACC team? Wake Forest just beat SMU. Florida State hasn't beaten anybody in the conference in 14 months.
Don't you have to take the points in this one?
That's my thought. I stayed away, but I mean, that spread is mind-boggling based on recent events.
I know you want it. Finally, do we get a Game 7 in the World Series? I say yes.
I say no. The Jays, when they're in the World Series, they win them in 6.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to CapeCops.com. CapeCops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
They've cut the nets, they've raised the banners, and now they're headed to Fort Myers. Michigan State, North Carolina, and other top programs take the court in the Skechers Fort Myers Tip-Off this Thanksgiving week. Legendary programs, championship traditions, college basketball's biggest names, live at Suncoast Arena. Tickets are selling fast. Get yours now at FortMyersTipoff.com/go. That's FortMyersTipoff.com/go.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
And I get you guys all saying that I can pirate games. Guys, I host a radio show that's on in 6 markets across the country. I'm not pirating games. It's just not something I'm going to do. It doesn't seem to make good business sense for me. Absolutely, logic, man. I write off every single cable bill that I have. I have my athletic bill. It's all part of what I need to do my job. My accountant laughed years ago when I said I was writing off my cable bill, and she looked at me and said, "What do I do for a living? What do I need to watch?" Absolutely, 100%. Always have. That's a business expense, flat out.
Do you have my daughter's phone number?
I do.
Okay. Have a blast, man.
Oh, I can't wait. Should be a good time. I loaded the drums up last night. Put an extra pair of sticks in and everything that Maddie got when she took lessons at School of Rock.
By the way, sunny and 70 tomorrow.
I know. I know.
There's like no rain in the forecast till sometime Monday.
It is going to be perfect.
It's going to be football weather in November. I mean, in Florida, but it's literally going to feel, like tonight, it'll be in the 50s when you're walking around St. Augustine, and it'll be clear, but 50s and be great, sweatshirt, sweater weather, for all the fall foliage that we have.
Right. When the palm fronds fall to the ground and turn brown.
Yep. The prawns are changing colors. Well, that's true, Mr. Spivey. In Florida, 50s. Start to see.
I thought this morning in Southwest Florida may have been a sock
Welcome
advisory.
to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till we're done for the week. Miller and Moulton, MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X on this Football Friday.
Football Friday.
I'm very happy for you and your son.
I am too.
And the weekend you're about to have.
Yep.
All right. Hope the game cooperates, the cocktail party. Hope Florida can take it into the fourth quarter, and I think they will. I really will.
We will both be wearing red in a sea of blue.
Okay.
Hey, I already warned the kid. I see we're getting these tickets from a Gator, and my son has been a diehard Bulldog since he's been born. He's not wearing a jersey, but he's wearing polo. I mean, I'm wearing a red polo.
You may need a hoodie. You may need a jacket. I mean, for you Southwest Floridians to venture into the 904, that's a key temperature difference, even if it's just a normal 6 to 8 degrees. Never mind earlier this week when it was like 20.
David, I'm prepared that I'm wearing long pants all weekend. I mean, I don't even know if I'm bringing my flip-flops. I mean, that's how nervous I am about the weather.
At night, you may need socks.
Oh, there's no doubt. They're packed.
Okay.
They're packed.
Okay.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
And today was the day when, brought to you by the Fort Myers Tip-Off, the week of Thanksgiving, the men's tournament loaded. Carolina, Michigan State, East Carolina, and St. Bonaventure in the big division. Great second division basketball games start Monday. They go right on through Thanksgiving. And then on the weekend, the ladies, it's their turn. All information and where you can get tickets, FortMyersTipoff.com, FortMyersTipoff.com. Happy birthday, Nevada. 1864, Nevada admitted as the 36th state to the Union. 1918, The flu, the Spanish flu, kills 21,000 people in a single week in the U.S. Today in 1926, Harry Houdini died from the sucker punch he received 12 days prior. 1940, the Battle of Britain. Big win for the British.
Big. Not a road win, but would have become a road win if not for the big home win.
You got that right. Mount Rushmore completed today in 1941. Earl Lloyd, today in 1950, becomes the first African-American to play a game in the NBA. He would have 6 points in his debut for the Washington Capitals. Earl Lloyd, the original, the Big Cat. 1969, Something, George Harrison's Beatles song, his first A-side in 69. You know, Harrison's kind of like the Gary Player of music because his career post-Beatles was extremely successful. And he was great in the Beatles, but, you know, they kept him down. They kept the man down. John and Paul wanted all the rights to the songs.
Did you hear what Gary Player said the other day? He was asked point blank, best 3 golfers of all time. He said, that's easy. He said, and it's unquestioned. Nobody can argue with me over it. And the interviewer was like, oh, okay. Jack 1. All right. Tiger 2. Okay. Me 3.
Attaboy. I love it.
All righty then.
Jim Morrison was sentenced to 6 months in jail and a $500 fine for indecent exposure. He would remain free on a $50,000 bond. Today in 84, Indian Prime Minister Indira Gandhi was assassinated by her bodyguards. She was succeeded by her son, who had nothing to do with the assassination of his mother. Just always found that odd. You know, they kill her and he gets to take over. All right. 93, River Phoenix, the actor, OD'd at the Viper Room in West Hollywood. Venus Williams made her professional debut today in 94 as a 14-year-old. A straight set win over a former NCAA champion, and at that time, the world number 58, Sean Stafford, in a tournament in Oakland. Today in 2003, Bethany Hamilton, the great surfer. This was today at age 13. Her arm was bitten off by a shark while surfing in Hawaii. She would go back in the water and become a champion. It's an amazing story. The work being done there at David's house. 2010,
Yep.
The Walking Dead made its debut on AMC. 2022, Taylor Swift, the first artist to claim all 10 slots on the top 10 Billboard Hot 100 chart with 10 tracks from her album Midnights. John Keats, the poet, Michael Landon, the actor, Brian Piccolo, the reason that most men cried for the first time because of Brian's song, and John Candy would have all celebrated birthdays today. Dan Rather is 94 years old today. Nick Saban, 74. Larry Mullen Jr., the drummer from U2, is 64. Freddie Griff, the crime dog, Johnny Marr from the band The Smiths, and actor Rob Schneider are all 62. Ad Rock from the Beasties is 59, and Vanilla Ice is 58 years old today. What did I miss, David?
I really thought you were going to take the opportunity to go 15-17. Just because, well, how often do you get, to go back to, and I have no idea what administration that was back in the day. But anyway, on Halloween in 1517, it's when Martin Luther, posted those 95 revolutionary opinions that became the Protestant Reformation. So 508 years ago, basically, as a rebellion to the Catholic Church, he was not a fan.
And they were no longer one of his after this.
Right. Get in line, Martin Luther. Get in line.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
For the good, we go to Utah because the story is Utah, everyone. Alan Gilbert had a 1991 Geo Metro. That was a pitiful car, but not for Alan. He drove the car for 35 years. It finally stopped running this year. So he sent the vehicle off in style by dropping a 2,000-pound pumpkin that was hoisted 14 stories in the air by crane onto his compact car.
Damn!
It caved the roof in spectacular fashion. You can see the video online of the Geo Metro getting pounded by a 2,000-pound pumpkin.
Is this like the Brontosaurus thing on the side of the Flintstone car?
But take it up on the hood. Absolutely.
Wow.
Absolutely. We go to Tampa for the bad, where people got the bejibbers scared out of them on a JetBlue flight. The flight was from Cancun to Newark, but it dropped altitude, forcing an emergency landing in Tampa, where some passengers were taken to the hospital for their injuries. I'm guessing they're flying on JetBlue for a while. Finally, the ugly. We go to Germany, where a young drunk man called emergency services before 11 p.m. on Wednesday night, telling the operator that he didn't know where he was, and he said he was injured. He was located on the shop floor of a closed butcher shop. Based on investigation, police said the man had fallen out of a pub window, and I quote, possibly as a result of his alcohol intake.
Possibly?
Possibly. And he landed in the interior yard of a butcher's next door. He then gained entrance to the store, knocked down a couple of sausages, and called authorities for help. At this point, no word on whether he was charged with anything or whether he's paid for his snacks. That is the good, the bad, and the ugly. On today, Halloween, October the 31st, brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department. Cape Coral Police hiring new officers. Great pay, great benefits, overtime opportunities are available. For more information, David, where do they go?
It's CapeCops.com. CapeCops.com.
There you have it.
There's a 4:00 Eastern hockey game, 1:00 local in Vegas today.
Yeah, it makes sense. They get it done so the trick-or-treaters can get out.
But no one else is doing it. That's all I'm saying. Colorado at Vegas. I mean, that is a really good game. My goodness. Your Wings in action in Anaheim tonight. I'm sure you and your son will be all over that.
Yeah.
Watching that. Yeah.
Right.
I'm sure. Ovechkin goes for goal 900 tonight against the Islanders. Hey, the NBA Cup is back. Yeah, that early in-season tournament. You know it. You love it. You can't get enough of it. The NBA Cup. Most ridiculous thing.
No, it's not. It's actually worked. You're dead wrong, and you know it. It's gotten them better in-season ratings than any of their other regular season games. The courts look spectacular.
I do like the courts. I like not all of them, not all of them, but I will say I do like most of the courts, and I like. Yeah, they're jazzy. They're snappy. I'll give you that. You know what soured it? And I blame the Lakers. When they hosted the damn banner for winning the NBA Cup, that soured me on the whole thing. So you know what? I blame the Lakers. You know what, Mark? Maybe it's a good thing, but the Lakers ruined it.
Lakers are in Memphis tonight for the NBA Cup. Memphis a 1.5-point favorite.
That's the second game of the Amazon Prime Friday night doubleheader. You NBAers, you were used to it being the four-letter network on Fridays. It ain't that anymore. It's Amazon Prime. Celtics Sixers at 7, Lakers Grizzlies at 9:30. The NBA Cup on Amazon Prime.
That's the undefeated 76ers.
I
Also,
know.
the undefeated Chicago Bulls hosting your Knicks. Knicks are big favorites in that one.
Right, which doesn't make any sense. Have you seen them play defense? 3 college football games tonight. 7 o'clock on ESPN2. Letdown for Memphis. Which Memphis team shows up? The one who lost at UAB or the one who just beat South Florida? They're 13.5-point favorites on the road at Rice. North Carolina, Syracuse tonight, 7:30 ESPN. 2 teams desperately trying to be bowl eligible. They both have 5 losses. And one of the few winless teams left in all of college football, Sam Houston, nearly a 17-point underdog at Louisiana Tech, 8 o'clock on the CBS Sports Network.
Sam Houston is as bad as UMass, everyone. They really are.
Yeah, it'd be real close. I mean, Sam Houston scores a little more, but whew. Yeah.
All right. I know they would never do it because, bowl eligibility means a coach gets a bonus. But if Sam Houston and UMass both go winless for the season, wouldn't you rather see those 2 schools in a meaningless bowl game than 6-6 whomever versus 6-6 whomever?
And loser has to drop down to FCS?
Oh, now you're talking.
I'm in. Hell, we'll do the show live. All right, Game 6, World Series tonight. Yamamoto against Gosman. Rematch of Game 2. Dodgers won that 5-1. It was 1-1 in the 7th, though. Obviously, if the Dodgers win tonight, we get Glass now against Scherzer in a Game 7 on Saturday. Jays have been in this situation twice before, in 92 and 93. Up 3-2, playing a Game 6, and they won them both. Jays win tonight.
Yeah, Yamamoto gets it done, and they give us a Game 7 tomorrow night. I think Yamamoto wins, and then he's in strong consideration for the World Series MVP, particularly if he wins a low-scoring contest by another great pitching performance.
I like it. I'm rooting for what you just said, but I think the Jays close it out. Have a great Halloween and a great November weekend.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
This year during Thanksgiving week, Fort Myers takes the national stage, hosting not 1 but 2 elite women's college basketball tournaments, the Fort Myers Tip-Off and Coconut Hoops, both featuring Power 4 teams and nationally ranked programs. Few places in the country can showcase this level of talent. We're proud that Fort Myers is one of them. Don't miss your chance. For tickets, go to visitfortmyers.com/basketball. Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer, so if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. FloorMeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Besides the sales experience at the Diamond District, we offer a litany of other services. Appraisals.
We have 2 GIA certified gemologists, full-time, servicing your needs with appraisals.
We buy gold, diamonds, gemstones, Rolex watches.
Repairs. We have 3 full-time master bench jewelers.
A beautiful custom design department so that we can give you one-of-a-kind jewelry. Come see Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
This is Miller and Moulton